If you've ever been in absolute bliss watching football on a Thursday evening, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook. Today, the Friday, August 29th edition, where we wrap up a very busy week. We've got one more big event today, as we have the PCE data print coming at 8:30. That should set the tone for the market here. Market pulling back a little bit after another all-time high yesterday. We're going to roll through the news. We're going to find stuff to trade, and we are going to have an absolutely wonderful Friday like we always do. Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook Friday edition, August 29th, begins right now. Good morning and welcome back, folks. It's great to see a whole bunch of returning faces here today. I'm glad we all made it to Friday here. Francis, first. Good morning, Francis. It's great to see you here today. You are first here today. Jay Grant, welcome back. Is Mebby Dazzle? It's Mebby Dazzle. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, but maybe I'm missing something there. You'll have to correct me. My Weeble is not working. I am sorry to hear that. That's how it goes. There are tech problems in the morning, and it is bad. Hopefully, Weeble gets itself corrected by the time you have to trade here. Candace, good morning. Welcome back. Sun-Kissed Yogi, good morning. Welcome back. Crimp Biscuit, welcome back. Corey, good morning, and happy Labor Day weekend indeed. 3-day weekend coming up here. Remember, no market on Monday, especially for those of you not in the U.S. Don't forget it is a U.S. holiday, and the market will be closed on Monday. The show will not be on. So enjoy your 3-day weekend. Kevin, good morning. Brent, good morning. AC, good morning. Big B's, Freedom, Football, long weekend and Friday. I absolutely like it. I absolutely love it. Really good stuff there, Big B's, and really excited about our Happy Hour Fantasy Football League that we drafted last night. Big Milkshake Trading, good morning. Peter, welcome back. Good to see you again. Zach McCracken, we're locked in and ready to go. Paul, how's it going, man? Good morning. Cad Monkey, welcome back. Lion, welcome back. Glass Half Full, welcome back. Jane, welcome back. Ryan is late. Ryan isn't late. Ryan hit go right when the countdown hit 0. Come on, Lion. Watch list is mostly red. We'll see if that holds here. I actually saw several stocks coming back here in the pre-market after pulling back. We'll see how it goes. Rooster, good morning. I am also looking forward to the long weekend, boss. Glad to have you here. Durkis, good morning. Welcome back. Jonathan, good morning. Welcome back. Tanya, it's good to see you again. Big Bear Hug, welcome back. Scott, good morning. Just passing through. Happy Friday, boss. Thanks for joining us. Good morning. It's good to see you again. Richard Judge, welcome back. Nathan, welcome back. We're going to be taking a look at IREN here, I think. Sassy Butterfly Chick, happy Friday indeed. Brandy, good morning. Is Mark Petrino on today? I believe so. I gave him the thing this morning. I haven't heard no from him, so I think that he is. As soon as I hear, I can confirm it for you, though. No problem. Chuck, good morning. Welcome back. Azrar, good morning. Welcome back. Brent says his Weeble's working fine, so maybe just reset your platform or something like that. Looks like it's not a system-wide thing. That's good stuff. Thanks, Brent. Ryan, good morning. JJ, good morning. Mycola, good morning. 08 Roush Stage 3. Do you have the side exhaust? I can't remember if they had that on the 08. Good morning, nonetheless. Bernhard, welcome back. Bill Seeley 4, welcome back. Marty, good morning. Edwin, good morning. Brian's locked in. White Chocolate Mocha is here. Ari Stock Market, good morning. Sunkissed Yogi says there may be an update needed on Weeble. That's a really good call. Maybe check to see if your application or your platform needs an update. That actually might fix it. Good stuff there, Sunkissed Yogi. Ryan M., good morning. Maverick, good morning. Din, good morning. Van, good morning. Neville, good morning. Sideshow's locked in. Reaching Financial Freedom is here. Austin, Dive Deep, and Solidarity Soldier. Good morning. All right, folks. Let's go ahead and get our stock market today. All right, folks, another all-time high for the S&P 500 yesterday. We've pulled back a little bit here in the pre-market. S&P futures down almost 0.4 here in the pre-market. Dow futures down almost 0.4. NASDAQ down 0.6 here today. Again, another record all-time high for the S&P 500. The Dow and the NASDAQ also near all-time highs, and the small caps, the Russell, continuing its rally here. Most sectors from the S&P 500 closed on a positive note, with energy, information technology, and communication services recording the biggest gains on Tuesday. However, utilities and consumer staple stocks bucked the overall market trend, closing the session lower. This performance helped U.S. stocks settle higher as the NASDAQ composite gained more than 100 points during the session, and the S&P 500 hit another all-time closing high. Meanwhile, the Dow Jones ended near a record close there. Positive market drivers include an upward revision of U.S. GDP growth for the second quarter to 3.3%. This is a sharp rebound from the first quarter at 0.5% contraction. Dollar General also reported earnings. They reported better than expected second quarter results and raised its full year 25 guidance, while NVIDIA reported upbeat earnings. Dollar General actually gave back its gains after reporting that better than expected earnings. Now, investors are eyeing a fresh cue for the direction of interest rate cuts in September, just ahead of the truncated week due to Labor Day. Remember, no market on a Monday, September 1st. The Fed's preferred inflation gauge, the Personal Consumer Expenditures Index, or PCE, is set to land today at 8:30. Meanwhile, the latest in President Donald Trump's attempt to oust Lisa Cook from the Federal Reserve showed that the Federal Reserve Housing Finance Agency Director Bill Pulte filed a second criminal referral against her. The new allegations relate to a property Cook owns in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and her government ethics filings about various estate holdings. Finally, the 10-year Treasury bond yielded 4.23%, and the 2-year bond was at 3.63%. All right, folks, let's actually start by taking a look at the SPY chart here. Oh, you know what? I don't have my screen shared because it refreshed. I'm sorry about that, producer. I'm really sorry about that. Here's your chart. As mentioned, we are breaking higher here on the SPY, another all-time high yesterday. While we are pulling back a little bit here in the pre-market, we're really not even breaching the intraday lows from yesterday. In fact, if we take a look at the intraday chart, here you go. This is going to be one of the key levels, I think, here for today. You want to call this 645 just to make it easy. That works. The bottom of this candle, about 645.30. That was the wick. The bottom of the body of these candles about 645.61. So this 645 handle should represent support if we continue to sell off here today right after the open. Otherwise, if we go back to the daily chart, beneath that 639 is our 20-day moving average, and that's definitely what we want to stay above if we want to keep this rally going higher. Now, of course, as we've been talking about for quite some time, September is traditionally a weak month, with the market being closed on Monday, September 1st. September is going to start on Tuesday. We are expecting some inflows into different funds on Tuesday, so it's possible that we actually have some green arrows in the morning on Tuesday, but I think most investors and traders are waiting to see how that actually shakes out throughout the rest of the week, and then obviously the rest of September. So that's kind of what we're prepared for here today. Let me go to some insights here from that market. We already kind of talked about what's going on there. Some insights. According to analysis from Adam Turnquist, the chief technical strategist at LPL Financial, seasonal trends paint a cautionary picture for the coming weeks. Quote, September is the worst month for stocks, end quote. Turnquist notes that in a recent commentary, the data stretches back 75 years. It's stark. The S&P 500 has posted an average return of -0.7 in September, and has finished the month with positive returns only 44% of the time, the lowest rate of any month. However, the report highlights a critical exception to historical weakness. The market's current trend could be a deciding factor. Quote, when accounting for momentum and trend, September doesn't look so bad, end quote. When the S&P 500 enters September above its 200-day moving average, as it is now, the average return flips to a positive 1.3% with a 60% positivity rate. So now that we're diving in a little bit more into these seasonality stats, it looks like there is another potential picture here. And our job as traders is to be able to capture whichever move we get here. Compounding the seasonal challenge is volatility, which tends to spike in the fall, and which is, honestly, that wouldn't even be terrible. I mean, I'm looking at the VIX this morning, even with the move up here, VIX is only in a 14 handle, 1468. I would suspect if the VIX trades down to like a 12 or a 13 handle, we might expect a bounce in volatility there. That could very easily coincide with September here. Analysts note that the CBO volatility index is near year-to-date lows, but historically reaches its high water mark in late September or October. While the current market momentum provides a strong tailwind, investors are weighing it against September's formidable reputation as a month of market turbulence. Meanwhile, the new tariffs could be a surprising solution to the U.S.'s ballooning debt problem, presenting a net benefit to the U.S. Treasury market, according to new analysis. This one is this is a little odd to me because the administration has been telling you that that's the goal the entire time. Nobody seems to believe them. And now all of a sudden, according to the new analysis, it looks like that might actually help the debt problem. Food for thought there. In a note addressing the nation's nearly $2 trillion annual budget, Lawrence Gillum, chief fixed income strategist at LPL Financial, argues that increased tariff revenue creates a, quote, ideal scenario for existing treasury holders, end quote. The core of the argument is that tariffs provide a direct alternative income stream to the federal government, reducing its borrowing needs. Gillum notes that with tariff collection expected to decrease deficits by $4 trillion over 10 years, the Treasury Department can scale back its bond issuance. Quote, every dollar collected through tariffs is potentially one less dollar the government needs to borrow, Gillum writes. This reduced supply of new bonds tends to support prices and contain yields. Simultaneously, Gillum explains tariff increase costs of business and consumers, which is likely to slow economic growth, a fundamental factor that has historically benefited treasuries as investors seek safe haven assets. This combination of lower supply and potentially higher demand creates a powerful tailwind for the bond market. While acknowledging that tariffs add inflationary pressure, Gillum points out that rating agency S&P Global Ratings has already deemed the policy, quote, credit positive, end quote, suggesting the fiscal benefits outweigh near-term growth concerns. While not a replacement for income taxes, Gillum concludes, quote, it helps. So we'll see how this all shakes out. We've talked to a bunch of people. Louis Navellier has said that he's actually talked to folks in the administration, and very clearly one of Trump's goals is to eliminate or reduce income tax. We'll see if that actually ends up working out. Now, the next thing that I want to talk about is Dell, but we're going to start with the chart first on Dell. Go ahead and load that up here. Here you go. So Dell actually had a pretty good looking chart here recently. We did pull back to the 50-day. It looked like we were trying to bounce, recapture that 20-day, and then maybe go for this recent high that we had. Dell reporting earnings here and actually trading lower. So we're looking at about a 125 handle today. When this reported yesterday, this sold off to about 128. And one of the things that we were watching is, hey, how close to this 50-day moving average is Dell actually going to settle out? Well, we've taken another leg lower here. So our work of recapturing the 50-day, that value 129.06, by the way, is made a little bit harder in today's session. Looking ahead, we are actually very near a recent support level, beg your pardon. That number looks to be about 124. We'll see if that holds up. Beneath that, we've got 120 here, and then we've got 115.28 as the 100-day and 113.5 as your 200-day. Let me know if any of you are interested in Dell. It did seem to me like going through the report, it was actually a pretty good report, and that makes me wonder if this dip represents a buying opportunity. Really quick, did any of you take CrowdStrike yesterday? Because this kind of reminds me of the same setup. Let me actually type the ticker in correctly so I can pull the chart up. I told you folks yesterday, I literally told you before the market even opened, hey, if CrowdStrike holds that 20-day, this could make for a really good trade. Well, look at the power candle that we had yesterday on CrowdStrike. It held the 20-day perfectly. If we take a look inside, bang, we actually had, and shout out to Big B's, because Big B's, you outlined the pattern yesterday that you see in some of these big cap tech names when they show weakness, and then they show that the buyers are not really interested in continuing that weakness. You often get that reversal move. And boy, oh boy, we got that straight out of the gate on CrowdStrike yesterday. This thing, impulse move right up to the highs, and then it just drifted higher. We're holding that here today. We'll see if CrowdStrike can get moving again. Let me know if any of you took this. This was probably the most money call yesterday, with the way that it finished up there. Now, in the meantime, let's actually roll through Dell's earnings here. Dell reported second quarter financial results after the market closed on Thursday. Dell reported second quarter revenue of $29.78 billion. That beat the consensus estimate of $29.17 billion, according to Benzinga Pro. The company reported second quarter adjusted earnings of $2.32 per share, beating analyst estimates of $2.31 per share. Total revenue was up 19% on a year-over-year basis. Servers and networking, they were up 69% year-over-year at $12.9 billion. Storage came in at $3.9 billion. That's down 3% year-over-year. Commercial clients came in at $10.8 billion. That's up 2% year-over-year. And the consumer segment came in at $1.7 billion. That was down 7% year over year. Now, cash flow from operations was $2.5 billion in the second quarter. Dell said it returned $1.3 billion to shareholders via share repurchases and dividends in the quarter. The company ended the period with approximately $8.15 billion in cash and cash equivalents. Quote, we've now shipped 10 billion of AI solutions in the first half of fiscal year 26, surpassing all shipments in fiscal year 25. This helped deliver another record quarter in our servers and networking business, which grew by 69%. That came from Jeff Clark, Vice Chairman and COO of Dell. Quote, demand for all of our AI solutions continues to be exceptional. That's the same word that Jensen Huang used after NVIDIA's reports. And we're raising our AI server shipment guidance for fiscal year 26. Dell expects third quarter revenue to be between $26.5 billion and $27.5 billion versus estimates of $26.05 billion. The company anticipates third quarter adjusted earnings of $2.45 per share versus the estimate of $2.55 per share. Dell raised its fiscal year 2026 revenue guidance from a range of $101 billion to $105 billion to a new range of $105 to $109 billion, versus estimates of $104.59 billion. The company also raised its full year adjusted earnings guidance from $9.40 to $9.55 per share versus the estimate of $9.38 per share. So we had a pretty good report there. A couple of the smaller segments were down year over year, but the most important segment was up double digits year over year. They also guided higher. Remember, last quarter when Dell reported earnings, not only did they report the best quarter in the company's history, but the COO said, quote, we do not expect an impact from tariffs going forward. The next stock that we want to take a look at here, and by the way, for those of you that were asking about Mark Petrino, he has confirmed we are going to have Mark Petrino here today. So be sure to get ready to look at any of the stocks that you want to take a look at. Perhaps one of these might be on that list. We'll see what Mark Petrino did his stock of the day on. But for right now, before we get to that, I want to talk about Marvell. This is another stock connected to the AI race, and I know a lot of you folks here actually trade this on the show. It did look like Marvell was kind of coming off this bottom. Remember, we had drawn a inverse head and shoulders here. Now, we didn't get a violent move up. We kind of had a slow drift up, and we had two attempts to challenge the 200-day. Both resulted in a failure to break to the upside. Now, after these earnings, Marvell down 14.35% today. This loses the 50, the 500, the 20, and the 100. Sure looks to me like the next support level is down here at $60. That's 6 points away from where we're at now. Let's actually dive into the report here Marvell has completed the $2.5 billion all-cash sale of its automotive Ethernet business, a strategic move that sharpens its focus on the booming data center and artificial intelligence markets. The sale underscores Marvell's commitment to prioritizing the most significant growth engine, the data center segment, fueled by explosive demand for AI infrastructure. Now accounts of 74% to the company's total revenue, growing an immense 69% year over year. The auto divestiture, aligns with our strategy to focus the company on what we do best, purposefully redirecting our investments towards data center. That comes from Chairman and CEO Matt Murphy, who said that on the call. He noted that the company sees a, quote, massive AI opportunity in front of us, end quote. And that is really the common theme that we have seen from any of these companies that are connected to the AI angle. They continue to say that the future looks incredibly bright. There's going to be a ton of growth. We're expecting this. We're expecting that. We are now at the stage where we want to see this materialize, I suspect. To reflect its intensified focus, Marvell will streamline its financial reporting next quarter into two segments, data center and the newly consolidated communications and other, further cementing its identity as an AI-first enterprise. Proceeds from the transaction provide Marvell with significant financial flexibility. The company plans to use its capital to bolster its technology and continue its stock repurchase program, where approximately $2 billion remains authorized. Quote, the proceeds from this transaction provide us flexibility to continue to drive our ongoing stock repurchase program and deploy capital to further bolster our technology platform. Marvell guided for a temporary sequential dip in custom silicon business, which it termed digestion quarter. That's why we're seeing a move down here. CEO Murphy attributed this not to a fundamental problem, but to the natural timing of massive build-outs in its large hyperscale customers. He described it as a normal timing issue in fulfilling large-scale orders and reassured investors that the pause is temporary, forecasting that the business will be substantially stronger in the fourth quarter. So just taking a break right there, is this something that you're looking to buy the dip on? Marvell may have weak earnings this quarter. The digestion quarter, that comment comes from Lion there, the digestion quarter, as the COO is calling it here. But do you view this as an opportunity to add? Or further, I guess, otherwise, do you have this on your watch list in case we continue to trade down in our seasonally weak September month? It reported second quarter earnings of 67 cents per share, it being Marvell, of course, which beat the analyst estimate of 66 cents, whereas quarterly revenue came in at $2.006 billion, which missed the street estimate of $2.009 billion. Marvell is looking for third quarter adjusted earnings between 69 and 79 cents per share versus the 72-cent estimate, and revenue in a range of $1.957 billion to $2.163 billion versus the $2.105 billion estimate. So let me know, are you folks looking at Marvell? Is Marvell one that you're looking to add on a pullback? Maybe we get to another support level down here, kind of hold that level. Let me know what your thoughts are here on Marvell. Kind of curious about this. It is very, very clearly an AI play. All right, now let's get to a Tom Lee prediction. Who's ready for a Tom Lee prediction this morning? Is it too early? Or can we just go right at it here? Tom Lee predicts a bull market through 2035. Citing AI and blockchain as the key drivers here. Fundstrat Global Advisors head of research, Tom Lee, forecasts the current bull market will extend through 2035. Remember, 13 had told us earlier this week, I can't remember which day it was, but earlier this week that he talked to his financial advisor, and his financial advisor also bullish through 2030, I believe. So still multiple years here of a bull cycle, according to some of these professionals. This is driven by millennial demographic trends and transformative technologies, including artificial intelligence and blockchain. In an interview published Thursday with the Master Investor podcast, Lee outlined his evidence-based approach linking demographics to market performance. Quote, demographics really explain almost every bull market since 1890, Lee said, noting that bull markets peak coincide with generational workforce peaks. Lee pointed to historical patterns. Baby boomers peaked in 1999. Generation X in 2018, while millennials won't reach their peak till 2035. And that's where he gets that date from. Quote, these are like rough waypoints for when actual major tops take place, end quote. While markets have generally risen since 2020, Lee acknowledges that 20% declines have created confusion. Quote, this has been a really disruptive recovery since the 2020 lows, identifying a new bull market beginning after the February-April 2025 correction. Current market performance supports this optimism. The S&P 500, as tracked by the SPY, closed Thursday at 6,501.86. That's up 10.79% year to date and 85.34% over 5 years. The NASDAQ, as tracked by the QQQ, gained 12.57% year to date, while the Dow Industrial Average, as tracked by DIA, advanced 7.65%. Lee sees three key drivers supporting his decade-long outlook. First, a surge in the U.S. prime-age workforce as millennials and Generation Z enter peak earnings years. Second, substantial wealth transfers over the next 20 years will shift from credit to equity exposure. Third, the U.S. leads major structural changes in AI and blockchain technologies. Lee expects these trends to boost the financial sector, potentially reaching 40% of the S&P 500, alongside healthcare sector benefits. Research from Carson's group Ryan Dietrich supports extended bull market potential. Analyzing 50 years of data, Dietrich found the bull markets lasting into their third year typically continue for at least 5 years total, with the current 31-month bull market showing similar patterns to historical precedents. Lee's track record includes correctly identifying the 2009 market bottom within a month, demonstrating his demographic-focused methodology's effectiveness in navigating major market transitions. So again, let me know what you think about this. Do you think we are still going to be in a bull market up until 2035 or 2030? Do you think we have multiple years of this? If that's the case, the key takeaway is that any pullback that takes place in September or in October, or from September into October, actually represents a buying opportunity. So I think it's going to be pretty important to figure out what you think is going to happen next. Remember, the market generally pricing things 6 months ahead. Skate to where the puck is going, not to where the puck is. Now, top hedge fund picks from Goldman Sachs that outperformed the S&P 500, powering 16% gains in 2025. Goldman Sachs Group's quarterly hedge fund VIP stock basket has surged 16% year to date, outpacing the S&P 500, which has climbed just over 10% in 2025, as tracked by the SPY. The basket reflects the most favored holdings among top institutional hedge funds. Anyone want to take a guess at what it is? You don't even need to guess, because y'all folks already know all of the stocks on this list. The VIP basket has maintained superior performance since its 2001 launch, averaging 15% annual returns compared to the S&P 500's 11%. Quote, the basket has been a strong historical performer at the cost of high volatility. That comes from Ben Snyder, Goldman's senior strategist, in an August 20 client note reported by Business Insider. The second quarter of 2025 edition includes 50 stocks heavily weighted towards technology and communication services sector. 16 new stocks joined the list during the second quarter. Among the 14 most popular stocks held by at least 25 hedge funds, several standouts emerged, the first being the obvious one, NVIDIA. NVIDIA leads with a $4.44 trillion market cap and 36% year-to-date returns. The semiconductor giant ranks among top 10 holdings for 98 funds with an average of 9% portfolio weight. Meta Platforms posted 34% gains, held by 111 funds with an 8% average weighting. The social media company maintains a $1.7 trillion market valuation. Broadcom is the third one that delivered 35% returns with a $1.46 trillion market cap, appearing in 40 funds' top holdings. Now, there were some energy sector surprises here. Energy stocks dominated performance rankings. Talon Energy, ticker TLN, surged 89% year to date, held by 29 funds with 12% average allocation. Vista Corp, ticker VST, gained 47%, appearing in 30 funds portfolios. Uber rounded out the top performers with 52% gains and $191 billion in market cap. Despite the strong performance, some mega cap stocks lagged, most notably Apple declined 7% despite its $3.48 trillion valuation. I beg your pardon. That may be on the disappointment of some of the AI features or how late Apple's been or how, let's call it subpar Apple's been on innovating. But that does leave room for some catch up, wink, wink. While Amazon managed only 5% gains, according to data from Benzinga Pro. Market analysts attribute the VIP basket's outperformance to hedge funds' selective stock picking abilities and concentration in high growth technology stocks. The basket's volatility remains elevated compared to broader market indices, reflecting its growth focus composition. Current market conditions support continued institutional interest in these names, with the S&P 500 recently hitting highs despite some individual stock volatility. So the performers that were listed here, all fairly obvious ones. I think everybody really kind of knows about NVIDIA and Meta. We talked a lot here on this show about Broadcom and how great that was. Shout out to a number of you folks that were trading Broadcom quite a bit last year. And then some of these energy sector surprises. Part of me wonders if there's some more room to go here on energy, also with healthcare. Now, the core PCE is out. All right, let's go over to it. Let's get that read for you. Thank you, producer, for throwing it up. U.S. core PCE price index year over year for July, 2.9% versus the 2.9% estimate. U.S. core PCE price index month over month for July, 0.3 versus the 0.3 estimate. U.S. PCE price index month over month for July, 0.2 versus the 0.2 estimate, and the trade imbalance for July, minus 103.6 billion versus the minus 90 billion estimate. S&P futures ticking higher on this data print, paring back some of the losses that we had earlier in the pre-market, now down 0.25%. Okay. Guess what? It's one of our favorite times of the week. Let me go back to my chart here. Guess what? We're going to bring on Mark Petrino, folks. I know we haven't seen him in a couple of weeks. Let's see how he's doing. Mark, good morning, boss. How you doing today?
Hello. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Mark, before we get started in the market stuff here, I got to say, first of all, thank God football's back. I can't tell you how happy I am. I hope that you were able to enjoy some games last night or will be able to join them this weekend. But
well, we don't really do college football up here in Connecticut because our team is not very good, but they are getting better.
Well, that's okay. There's other good teams to root for. The thing that you're going to be proud of me about, my last golf vacation, we decided that we were going to do a 54-hole match play tournament, me and a partner versus the other two guys. And on hole 53, which happened to be an island green, I sank the putt to seal it. So I took my friend's money, won that tournament. It was absolutely awesome. But I'm happy to be back. I am happy to be back. Okay, let's get down to brass tacks here. You want to share your screen? You want to show me what you did for the stock of the day and maybe some other stuff that you're looking at here today? Boom.
Well, one of the things I get asked about all the time is, where do you get your trading ideas from? And one of the ways I do is by going through the sectors. There's 11 sectors in the S&P. So let's just take a quick look, and we can see that some sectors are more attractive than others for trading ideas. Now, when we had that sell-off, whatever it was, a week ago or 2 weeks ago, the only place where that was really hurt was the technology sector. So anyway, so this is the S&P. Things look healthy. People are still really bearish. As long as people are bearish, I think the market's going to go up. The sentiment numbers that came out are still pretty bearish. So sentiment is what we call a contrarian indicator. It's a little confusing, but it's really cool. Basically, what happens is if people get exceptionally bullish, what happens? That's bad for the market because people invest all of their funds, and eventually the market just runs out of buyers. And that's when markets go down, when they run out of buyers. So when everyone is happy and everyone's talking about the stocks they bought and so forth and so on, that's when it's time to sell. People are still relatively bearish. I mean, there has been kind of a turn over the last week. The contrary is true. The most bearish people were over the past year was at the very bottom in April. 62% of people are bearish. That's twice the normal. So what happens when people are really bearish? Those who want to sell, sell, and eventually the market runs out of sellers. So the first sector I like to look at is technology. And what's kind of interesting is that we have to understand that if money is coming out of somewhere, meaning if people are selling, it has to go somewhere else. So the big sell off in the tech sector was on Tuesday, the 19th, and Wednesday, the 20th. If we go and look at the consumer staples sector, that was those 2 days here, these two big up days. So the money that was coming out of technology was going into consumer staples. So there's always things going on in the market to make money from. People get really focused on technology, but there are other sectors as well. Now, the second biggest sector in the market is the financials. This to me looks like a pretty nice breakout. When
Sure does.
Yeah, so resistance in the market is a price level or zone where there's a lot of sell interest. It could be investors, it could be traders, doesn't really matter. And sometimes when you get to resistance, you go down. And that's because people that want to sell start to worry that they're going to miss out. They know the buyers are going to go to whoever is willing to sell at the lowest price. So they decide to reduce their prices so they don't miss out. They're willing to sacrifice a little bit of the price just to get their order done. So someone might be at 53 and a half, and then someone's like else might say, oh, you're 53 and a half. I'm going to go to 53.40. Next person sees that, they go to 53.30. You get a snowball effect. But sometimes when you get to resistance, the buyers eventually overpower the sellers. Excuse me. And the market moves ahead. Now, and that's what we call a breakout. Breakouts are considered bullish because if we can get above the level where the sellers were, we can infer that those sellers are gone. They've either finished or canceled their orders. So when you take a lot of supply off of a market, regardless of what market it is, it's just basic economics 101, you set the stage for a move higher, because now when new buyers come in, they're going to have a hard time finding sellers. So anyway, financials breaking out all-time highs. They look pretty good to me. I heard you talking about energy. Energy stocks look like they're on the verge of a breakout. I mean, actually, this looks like it is a breakout.
Yep, sure does.
So what we're looking at here is the sector ETFs. So this is the energy sector ETF. So, I mean, look at that. While everyone who only trades tech had their head in the sand 2 weeks ago, I mean, this was up 4.9% in that week.
Mark, one of the things that we felt when we were actually in the heat of the moment when tech was doing this pullback, we kind of felt like this was rotation into other sectors. You've presented two other sector charts here that sure look like people have been rotating into that. Is that a safe assumption for us to make, that money's not necessarily going to the sidelines or coming in, rather it's rotating from an existing sector that has been outperforming to one that has maybe been underperforming?
Yes. In the institutional world, like if you're a hedge fund or a mutual fund, a lot of times you have a mandate at how much cash you can have. You can't have too much. Ultimately, the pension plans run Wall Street. It's not hedge funds. It's pension plans. They're the ones who need money managed for them. The hedge funds that I was a trader at, the pension plans were our biggest clients. So the pension plan might say, hey, listen, we're hiring you to manage money and invest in equities. We got someone else that we're giving money to be for cash, to manage our cash or short-term stuff. So you have to manage equities. You're not allowed to have more than 5% cash in your account because we don't want to get overweighted in our weightings of cash. So if you're a money manager and you sell, you got to put your money somewhere else. So you're going to sell the stuff that you perceive to be risky, like tech, and Where are you going to put it? Well, apparently it went into healthcare. Healthcare did really well. Energy, consumer staples. So this is as tech was going down, look at what was going up or going on in the the healthcare sector. So by going through these sectors, it's just a good way to come up with ideas. So we have our consumer discretionary sector. I mean, look at that. I mean, we're getting close to some former highs, but
Oh yeah.
that's some pretty nice action there. So basically, every sector is either strong or going sideways. I know a lot of people, well, actually, I take that back. Utilities looks like it's going to start to head lower, but utilities is a small sector. It's not really going to affect the broader market. So as far as I'm concerned, the market's going to keep climbing ahead. I get a lot of questions about like, well, doesn't the market always go down in September and so forth? Historically, September is the worst month for the market, but a lot of that statistics and data goes back to like 100, 150 years ago. Then it had things to do with the farming cycle. So what I tell people is whatever your strategy is, just stick to it and don't worry about this, kind of like, oh, is September good? Is September bad?
Mhm.
Because one thing we all know who've been in the market for a while, if everyone's expecting something to happen, it doesn't.
Thank you, Mark. One of the things, my biggest concern right now, it's not the extension of the indices, it's not the extension of some of the individual names, and it's not even some of the hyperbole being thrown around for some of these AI companies. Instead, every person I talk to, and I'm guilty. I'm not trying to skirt responsibility here. I've been saying it too. But every other person that I talk to, they're expecting September to be a pullback. And you're absolutely right, Mark. I haven't been around the market as long as you have. But what I have learned is that the market really enjoys punishing as many people as possible. And it concerns me when everybody thinks the same thing. So we'll see if we have a weak September here or if the trend gets bucked.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, but we have to be reactionaries. And maybe the market does go down in September. Maybe it goes up. I don't know. But I will wait to see what the market tells me to do. As a trader, having a opinion is a very dangerous thing because it
Yeah.
messes with your emotions. If you start telling all your friends, oh, XYZ, I think it's going to go up, you should buy it, you should buy it, XYZ, blah, blah, blah. Well, XYZ might start going down and you might subconsciously not even see some of the bearish dynamics that are going on. So we have to do what the market tells us to do and be a reactionary, play defense.
Yeah, and I think that especially for those of us that are active, the correct move here is to actually have a plan for both. Now, I know that that's easier said than done, but that is the reality. Mark, I just want to tell you this story, but you'd be extremely proud of this. We had a discussion yesterday in happy hour about how some of these moves really don't make sense. Some of the older, more fundamental based folks are thinking, fundamentals don't really mean anything right now. We're seeing these huge gains, and at some point, reality is going to catch up with them. And what they would say is look at the price of Nvidia, for example, the largest the largest stock in the market by market cap. How is it worth $1 trillion more than it was in April? And because we've talked to you about this so much, I reminded everybody that the price that they're looking at is not a measure of how the company is doing. Rather, it is a measure of the psychology of the market participants. And some of these stocks that have extreme gains, they're in these categories that are highly sought after: AI, blockchain, quantum, all of these names here. This is actually the psychology of the market participants that are bringing these stock prices up. I know we've discussed that quite a bit here, and it looks like that's coming to roost yet again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of newer traders have a hard time with that because they think that the stock should be directly related, or what goes on with the market should be directly related to the fundamentals. But that's not the case. Trading is not math, or trading is not finance or chess. Trading is psychology, and people are irrational. I mean, even if we look at Nvidia here, I mean, you know, a $4.38 trillion market cap. And what really happened over the last 4 days that made this thing gain 4% in valuation? I mean, that's a lot of money. So, what moves markets is psychology. What forms resistance and support is psychology. Like, I'll show you an interesting chart on been getting asked a lot about SoFi. Now, see how SoFi ran into resistance right around here? So this is the day the earnings came out, and we get up, and right around there we find resistance. Then we find resistance there again. Now, guess what? Why is there resistance at this level? Was it just some random act of the market gods? And the answer is no. There was resistance there because if we go all the way back to here, back to 21, there was resistance there. So there tends to be resistance at former resistance levels. People buy, and then the price goes down, and they are like, all right, well, I made a bad mistake here. I'm going to hold on to this thing. And if it ever gets back up to my level, I'm going to sell and get out at break even. So now it looks like what was resistance has converted into support. I call that the conversion process. A lot of times people ask me, how do I know if a breakout is real or not? Well, if you get that conversion, what was resistance turning into support, that generally sets the stage for a move higher. One of the stocks I talked about over the past week in a stock of the day was Mohawk Industries, because this is a good example of that phenomena or that market dynamic of seller's remorse. So when the market's going higher, a lot of times it's like a staircase. And it's like a bunch of trading ranges. And what was the top of one range becomes the bottom of the next range. So people sell here. And at first they think they made the right move, but then the price goes higher. And they're like, oh, I made a mistake. If I could buy my shares back at the same price I sold them at, I will. So when we get the retrace, if there's enough remorseful sellers placing buy orders, the resistance becomes support. Resistance becomes support. Resistance becomes support. And now it looks like the resistance has become support again. So this, in my opinion, is setting the stage for the next move higher. Now, one of the interesting things about reading charts is that it doesn't matter what security you're looking at, whether it's a crypto or whether it's a stock or a bond or an ETF or a commodity. Regardless of who's doing of the security, the people that are doing the trading experience the same emotions. So here's Ethereum. So Ethereum rallies. Where does it find resistance? At just some random price? Oh no, look at this. It's right where the top was back here in November of 21. This is something we call market memory. It's a pretty amazing thing, but some of these price levels that are important can remain important for a long time. So we run into resistance there. We sell off. Why do we find support here? Was it because of some random act? Again, the answer is no. It's a former resistance level. Resistance can become support. So we rally back and we hit resistance at the same level again, right? So it's a pretty amazing phenomena. One of the things that I was going to do for stock of the week, but I think I did something, or stock of the day, but I did something else, was this Centene. And I actually did this on my website, my Substack site. So this thing goes into this massive sell-off, all right? I don't know what the news was. I assume it was earnings or whatever. And it finds support right around this red line. Okay. Now, prepare to be amazed. Look at this. We can go back 10 years, and that's where the support was. So that's August of 15. So it's literally 10 years. And we find support at the same level. So that's what we call market memory.
I'll tell you what, market memory is better than mine.
It's really amazing. I mean, if you think about it, it's like, how is it possible? If someone was just telling you that, you wouldn't believe it, and I wouldn't believe it either, but you can see it on the chart. The charts don't lie. So
yeah.
And one of the things I love showing people is these old charts. We can go back to the Dow Jones way back at the beginning, and people say like, well, maybe it's finds a top at a former top because of computer algorithms or whatever. Well, they didn't have computers back then. And look at this. So resistance. This is 1905, 1906. This is 1909. And the reason why we get these same patterns is because even though so many things have changed since 1899, well, what hasn't changed is people's emotions, and that's what we see on charts. Just like now, back then, people experienced buyer's remorse, and the people who bought at the top held on, and when they finally got a chance to get out at break even, they would probably telegraph their broker, because who even knows if they had phones in 1901? I mean, I think they did. And yeah, I mean, it's really an amazing phenomena. And I've been doing this for 30 years, man, and it still boggles my mind at how precise some of these levels can be.
I'm there's no short of surprises. I get surprised every day, it seems.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
if you look at the S&P, I'm just going to bring up SPY. Whoops, trying to get upsold. So if we bring up SPY, now think about this, right? This is the S&P 500. There are trillions of dollars at play. There are millions of investors all over the world. There are thousands of strategies. Everything from a retail trader with $2,000 to a multi-billion-dollar quantitative high-frequency hedge fund. And look at the precision of these levels. 575 was support. Then it literally becomes resistance within a point, and then it becomes support again. I mean, it's really incredible. Then look at this level, 595. It was resistance, becomes resistance again, becomes support again. So if you think about all the different millions and millions of things that have to come together to make this precision, it's really mind-boggling, frankly. So no academic could ever explain that to you, or no
of
fundamental
course not.
analyst could, but a trader could.
Yep, that's right. We are a unique group. There is no doubt. All right, folks, do you have any charts that you would like Mark to go over? Well, can we take a look at Google? I see Brandy mentioning Google. I'm not sure if she's asking for it, but Google would be a good one. This is actually one we reviewed with Scott Redler on Tuesday morning as well. Let's take a look at the Google chart and see if that has any clues for us on where it's going next.
I mean, that looks to me like a pretty nice breakout.
Yeah. To me, it looks like not only did we break that top blue line that you have there, but we also back tested it and then moved higher. And to me, that confirms the breakout.
Yeah, we had the conversion. The resistance became support, and that sets the stage for the next move higher. And this was a powerful move. Just by looking at this candle, when we look at a blue candle, the bottom is the opening price, the top is the closing price. So this shows me that this thing opened here and kind of worked higher all day. So that's like some pretty bullish action right there. Same thing as kind of like right here, and was followed by an uptrend. Yeah, I think that chart looks good. I mean, there's a lot of nice looking charts out there. I don't see anything that makes me bearish.
Does the September seasonality, does that make you concerned at all? Or are you kind of wondering like me, as there's just so many people on this that maybe that's not what we'll get?
I think you got to kind of just stick to whatever your strategy is. And like, let's think about this. If you're someone who trades breakouts, well, if the market starts going down, you're not going to be trading so much because there's not going to be very many breakouts. So just by your strategy or your style, you'll just end up with more of a cash position. And then when the market eventually bottoms and starts going up again, there's going to be a lot of more opportunities to trade breakouts.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you got to have a defined strategy because you want to take your emotions out of it as much as you can. In other words, you have a set of parameters. Like, I'm going to buy a stock if this moving average is doing this and this RSI is at that, and so forth, or whatever your rules and parameters are. And then, of course, you need parameters for an exit strategy, because buying things is easy, selling things is hard. So I would advise people to spend more time thinking about how they sell, and just follow your strategy and don't worry about what happens in the broader market. I think people get too caught up in listening to the news, and it makes people make bad decisions. You should ignore the news as much as possible, other than Benzinga. Sorry.
No. I totally get that. I say the same thing. And Benzinga, it's not opinionated news. It's news that directly affects some of these underlying assets. Really quickly here, Brandy, I got you, Brandy. I got you.
Yeah, Brandy, I am nice to see you, Brandy. I yeah, this
You
is a
saw it.
trade that I'm kind of looking at here. This is one of the things I do. I call it the short squeeze unwind. And a lot of times when things go into a short squeeze, they come crashing right back to earth when the squeeze is over. This has a huge short interest. And I had a pretty decent trade in Big Bear on this strategy not too long ago. So this is what happens in a short squeeze. You get just jacked up and then
Yep.
you could just come crashing right back to
Yep.
earth. So what I do is I look for things that go parabolic, and when are heavily shorted, maybe 20% or above, and you can screen for that on Benzinga Pro. And if it looks like they're starting to come apart, then you can just buy some options which are out of the money, so you don't need to invest that much. And in this situation here, I thought that this trade wasn't going to work out. I had the August puts, and then the thing dropped basically to my target price, and it ended up being a nice trade on this short squeeze unwind strategy. There was one in Sunrun.
There you go, Angelica. She wanted Sunrun.
I mean, this could be another potential unwind. Look at this. So this thing just skyrocketed, and when the short squeeze unwound, the thing just collapsed. The same thing happened here. And there's a good chance it might happen here. So we've gotten to a former resistance level. Okay. At any stock that does this, if this is a short squeeze, and I mean it probably is, it's probably a 90% chance that it is. When that squeeze comes apart, it could just fall. The stock could just collapse. There was one on Coles not
Yep.
too long ago.
We traded it here on the show.
Yeah. So Coles blasts off, short squeeze. When as soon as it's over and it unwinds, wham, just comes falling right back to earth. So that was my thoughts on the TerraWolf.
And yeah, she just wanted to know, and I wanted to know if he included the Google News and upgrades in your thesis on Wolf. Sounds like your thesis was separate from that.
No, I don't pay attention to upgrades and downgrades because the 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 broker research is inherently biased because brokers make money from research, but brokers are generally parts of investment banks, and investment banks make more money from investment banking than they do from selling research. So this is why only 6% of ratings are sells, because the brokers don't want to put out bad ratings on companies because they don't want to get them upset because they want to get their investment banking business. If you're in some company and you're like, okay, you're the CEO of a company and you think, gee, I want to do a bond offering, which broker or which investment bank should I call? Let's see who covers me. These guys got to sell on my stock. Screw them. I'm not going to call them. These guys got a strong buy and $1 million target price. They're going to get the call.
Sure.
So I don't really pay attention to upgrades and downgrades from brokers.
Okay. Can we take a quick look at Bull here real fast? And then maybe Open.
Bull?
Yeah, Bull. That's Webull.
Webull.
I know the stock ticker is literally Bull. It should do nothing but go up, but
well, I would say if I look at this, I'm just neutral. Nothing really sticks out at me here. Man, unless there's any kind of news, I think it's probably just going to continue to go sideways.
yeah, this to me looks like 16 and 18 are levels that need to clear for there to be anything here. Maybe more of a wait and see scenario. That was
yeah,
easy.
yeah. I mean, if this thing starts to work above 18, then that could be a good breakout trade.
How about
but as
Open?
of right now, I think it's just neutral. All right.
Open?
Anything else?
Yeah, OPEN.
This was one I actually wrote about in Stock of the Day. Now, I would expect that this is going to go lower. So we had resistance back here at 485, resistance here. We had that one day where, now I don't know if this was a short squeeze, but we got right up to 485 and just came right back down. Got up to there again, have our bearish engulfing pattern. Really didn't do much yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it was up yesterday as compared to the closing price of the prior day, but that's really not really anything much to think about for any kind of a rebound. So My guess
Yeah.
is that as long as this thing is below 485, I'm not going to buy it. And I think the path of least resistance is down.
It is down. Yeah, yesterday it was actually just sideways during the day. It did try to drift up in the after hours. I always put more weight on what happens in the actual New York session, so it really just kind of appeared sideways yesterday.
And it's a really good example of how, even though you have a low price stock that's really volatile, look how precise this resistance is on it.
Okay, I'm going to do something I rarely do here. I'm actually going to ask you about one of my holdings and see if you can take a look at the chart. It also happens to be a holding of a large number of folks here in the chat. And my buddy created a new meme for it. So we're going to first start with the meme, and then I would like to know from you what the chart is. Here's your meme. All right. This is literally how I feel right now because this trade has been long standing and is finally working. So, Mark, if you could please pull up ONDS and take a look at this chart here.
Well, that's going to help with me with my diet because now I don't think I'm going to be able to eat for the next 2 days.
There you go. I'm here to help, Mark. That's what I do. And so I can help in many different ways.
I'm sorry. What was the symbol?
ONDS, Oscar, November, Delta, Sierra.
Oh man. Well,
yeah.
This is something where
now you understand the meme.
This is something you got to just stay with, but be prepared for it to reverse quickly. It's trading up this morning. But yeah, it's something like this. You kind of just got to go with it and be nimble. And once you see some reversal action, that's when you sell.
Yeah. Okay.
It could, it could go a ways. I don't see anything that's going to really stand out as resistance until we get up to 7.5-ish or so.
Glenn, are you out there? Have you woken up yet? I believe your level was 762. You're about 10 cents off from where Mark eyeballed that. Pretty good stuff there.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, everyone.
Okay.
I have a 9 o'clock meeting I need to attend, but
Mark, really appreciate it, my man.
Hope you all have a nice long weekend.
And we certainly will.
I'll see you next Friday.
All right, Mark, take care of yourself. Thanks as always. Folks, that is Mark Petrino, does great work here. Be sure to check out his stock of the day. Every time he comes on here, we also put up his Substack. Check that out. You can get content directly from Mark. He's gracious with his time here. He reviews charts for us and all of that. Let's just bask in the magnificence one more time. Okay, now we can get back to business. We are expecting 13 here pretty soon. We go ahead and take a look at some of the stocks that you folks want to take a look at. I do want to hold the movers until 13 is available. So maybe his wife will throw some cold water on him and get him up here. We'll take a look at that. Let me know what stocks you folks want to take a look at here today. We've already done a couple of them. Let's see. I'm glad you guys have a sense of humor just like me. That's fun. Okay, you know what? Let's actually start with NUKK here. And you know what? We'll start out with some flowers here as well. A big time shout out to Lion, who has been kind of on this for a while. I know, Lion, the first time that this thing made a huge move, it was great for you. You have been telling us recently that Nuke is going to move. NUKK, it's going to move. It's going to move. It's going to move soon. Well, here we go. It is moving here in the pre-market. Let's see if there's any news associated with this move. Yes, PR here today. Nucleus forms a joint venture with Mandragola in Israel. Nuke enters into a venture agreement to support civil and defense aviation needs. Is there any numbers attached to this? Here we go. This is what I want to know. This initiative comes amid heightened geopolitical tensions in Europe, particularly in the Baltic states, as the war between Russia and Ukraine continues to reshape the regional defense priorities. At the same time, the global aircraft maintenance, repair, and overhaul market, valued at $110 billion, is projected to expand to $124 billion, creating a significant opportunity for growth. Okay, so not a whole lot. They're basically telling you about future possibilities here. Now, the stock is responding positively to this. Looking at the chart here, what I would focus on are just some of the key levels from the recent move that we had. This was Tuesday, August 26th. What happened on that day? think you guys were talking about this. It launches the subsidiary and secures exclusive U.S. distribution agreement with Blade Ranger to capitalize on the booming drone payload market. So it actually looks like this one. Let me add this to the drones watch list, because even if this is not drones directly, this is going to be drones adjacent. And that is clearly a theme that's moving here. So good stuff here on Nuke. I'm going to treat this like a mover here today. I would focus just on the technicals. Let's go ahead and see how 13 is doing. Good morning, 13. Happy Friday. Good to see you here.
Good morning, Ryan. Good morning, everybody in chat. How are we doing this morning?
Oh, we're doing really good, my man. We're doing really, really good here today. It is Friday. We made it to the end of the week, and I spent my entire evening yesterday watching college football. So I'm about as happy as it gets here today.
Let me guess. You're going to do that again tonight, too.
There are a couple games tonight. It is a Friday. I probably have an adult beverage with that as well. So yes, I will.
And then you're going to probably do it tomorrow.
I'm definitely. I've actually cleared the books. We're going to Costco in the morning. Then we're going to do some working out, and then the rest of the day, like I said yesterday, you can think of me like an atom. Right? I'm going to behave like the electron. Depending on when you measure where I am, I might be somewhere between the bathroom, the refrigerator, and the couch. It all depends on when you observe its position. Okay, enough of the nerdy science jokes here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the movers tool and run through some of the movers that are moving here today.
Well, let's do that. And it's going to be a day of ex-girlfriends, and I think you'll see why.
Okay. Okay, that is a interesting opening there. All right, first ticker here is going to be GMHS. This is Gamehouse Holdings. Gamehouse Holdings shares are trading higher after the company announced a $5 million share repurchase program. It's also worth noting this company has earnings confirmed from 11 days from now. That's going to be Tuesday, September 9th, before the market opens. So this is actually going to be one of the first events of the new week, as the market reminder is closed on Monday. Pretty huge move here for Gamehouse. Moved from about $1 and change up to about $3. Let's take a look at the short interest on this name. Nothing. Pretty negligible, 0.68% of the float shorted here. This comes on what, 1 day to cover. That average volume is 500,000 shares, a little bit more. Today we've traded 75 million shares. So what do you think here on GMHS?
This is a former SPAC. Ticker was GODN, Golden Star Acquisition Corp.
Oh.
And they became they merged back in the beginning of this year in late January. Now they're talking about a $5 million repurchase. That's great. It seems like they do have the cash on hand as well. That means that if we are going to continue with the upside and that we have a bit of a trend, I'm sure you can identify it, we could go as high as 350 to 365 before I think we run into some trouble. That's if you look at Benzinga's chart, it doesn't show all the price action from when it was GODN, just GMHS. So you'll see that we did have a big move down off of when it had that merger. So we're back up to those prices back in January, and the high of January is 350, and we have an EMA that I also noticed that may or may not work out, because it went from that $10 SPAC price down to where it was trading on its first day as GMHS. So if we are going to pay attention to that, 365 might also be a spot, but we're running into some resistance here. You can see from the trend line that, well, you don't have it there yet, but we are kind of running into this trend line. 302 is the high right now. We get some support at VWAP. We'll try to see if we can push higher, but I think my thought here on how high this goes up is going to be somewhere between 350 and 365.
Okay. Good stuff. Good breakdown there. GMHS. The next one here is going to be Move. This is Movano, ticker MOVE. Movano Health shares are trading higher after the company was granted NASDAQ extension to regain compliance with filing by September 30th and a $1 bid price rule by October 30th of 2025. Stock was a penny stock yesterday. We've graduated to dollar territory here today. It looks like it's using 120 as some resistance here. Short interest on this name, it's there, but not significant. 5.34% of the float shorted. Does have 8.36 days to cover, and that comes on 743,000 shares of average volume. Today we've traded 27 million. The float 6.5 million. So Maybe that short interest kind of has is kind of in play here, but it doesn't really seem overly huge. You got any thoughts on this one? MOVE?
So they got to do their earnings report filing by the end of next month, and they have to maintain above $1 by the end of October. They likely will be able to do that, but I think this is going to be a situation where they could raise capital and then do a reverse split. That's something that I could potentially see happening. Now, they do have a couple of quarters worth of cash, so it's not like they need this capital, but I don't know what's the reason for their delay in filing. I didn't dig that deep, but that's concerning. So I would think that maybe the cash position I was looking at is not accurate. So my thought is that with this one, there's a possibility this could do some kind of offering or capital raise and then undergo a reverse split if they dilute shares. Now, if they try to do a reverse split with the current share structure at 6.5 million, they could still do like a 1 for 5, and that'd still be fine. But I think they're more likely to raise capital before they do that. That's just the hunch that I have. It's nothing guaranteed, but I just think that because they're going through that NASDAQ recompliance, typically you'll see some of these companies go through a capital raise, share dilution, then do a reverse split, and then they regain compliance. So I'm just anticipating something similar to that. We have another trend line here with this one as well as a bit of a support base. You have that at about $1. I think 95 cents would be more accurate. But we have this trend line here starting from the impulse move that we got earlier last night. We could take that up through this morning and up through the 124 high that we just put in here not that long ago. That's going to be another area of resistance to watch for, maybe even break over.
Okay. Sorry, did I cut you off there?
No, that's it.
Okay, good stuff there on Move. Now, we already took a little bit of a look here at Nuke, but I want to get your opinion on this as well. If we gave flowers to Lion here, who was saying earlier that this was going to move again, and it looks like it's doing that here. Nuke trading up here in the pre-market today. It expands its aerospace and defense footprint with a strategic European joint venture. So that's the PR here this morning. Quick look at the short interest on this name. 4.74% of the float shorted with 1 day to cover. That comes on an average volume of 1.17. Today it's traded 1.17 million, excuse me. Today it's traded almost 22 million. Floats just shy of 5.5 here. What do you think of Lion's big mover here, NUKK? You think this one of the ex-girlfriends, right? We've done this before a few times. We've traded this one before a few times. Looks like it's back for some more.
Yeah, I was just kind of looking to see what that news was on Tuesday that had it go up to 11.15. I mean, I wouldn't put that off the possibility that we could see 11.15 again. We are coming up to some consolidation, some sideways price action. Actually, we're there right now. If you look, I don't know. Yeah, okay, so you got it perfect. We're hitting that after hours and pre-market consolidation from Tuesday going into Wednesday. So that's an area that we got to get through, or else we could see a reversal. But once we get past that, and I'd say, even past 675, this could get going again. I'm not going to poo-poo this at all. This looks like it could, get the momentum going. It's got a low enough float. It's just that the resistance levels I'd be marking off, so you have an idea of where this could run into. And it looks like, to me, you're going to have one of those areas be, like I said, the 675. Another would be looks like about 745, 750, and then you have another one that I see about an 875 to 9. So those, and then of course the one near the 1115 high, which is going to be for me, I'd say 1050. You don't really have any candles that closed above that level, so 1050 is going to be another spot, and then of course the 1115. All those levels from Tuesday, I'd be keeping an eye on.
Okay. All right, next here, IPDN. And actually, you did not cover this one because it looks like this is moving literally right now, probably on a piece of news. Let's go ahead. We'll do it together here. IPDN, this is popped up to what, 274, it looks like. Let's see if there's any news on this one. Professional Diversity Network Incorporated announces a compliance-driven Web 3.0 investment and launches revamped website for job seekers and employers. Okay.
Web 3 is crypto, just so you know.
Yeah. Okay, this sounds good, but not sure why this would cause the stock to move up by 33%. Maybe I just don't understand it here.
It's a crypto banking play.
Okay.
I mean, that's the way I'm reading it. That's
Investment launches revamped website for job seekers and employers. Okay, so well, let me go through this here. Let me read about it a little bit more. 7.32% of the float shorted here. That comes on 1 day to cover, and that comes on 1.54 million shares of average volume. Basically, already at the average volume here today, just a little bit shy. It won't take long to get there. 1.8 million shares here in the float. This is engaged in providing access to networking, training, educational, and employment services to its registered users. So it also does training here. So, okay. So this probably means that they're also going to help people that get this training actually find jobs in the industry, which would make some more sense to me. Maybe my read through is correct. Maybe it's not. What do you think on this one, 13?
Maybe I misspoken. They're more of just using blockchain technology for that business. Maybe not so much a crypto treasury, but when they say things like using Web3 digital investment banking platform, I'm thinking they're talking about some kind of crypto treasury. I'm not seeing any news about that yet, so maybe I'm off about that. But I'm thinking that if we're going to pay attention to any of the crypto treasury names, keep this one on your radar. It could be coming, but. This looks like it's just using the blockchain technology for their platform. Now, I don't know anything about this company. I know we have traded this before. And actually pull up the ticker so we can see if I have any of my lines left over here. And doesn't look like I do. So not sure if we have traded this. I'm pretty sure we have, though. But let's take a look here at this chart and see what we got. So we're at 250 right now. That means that we are trying to work towards the top of the price range from July, not the impulse move that we got on June 30th, but this high up toward the end of July. And then there's going to be some resistance. It looks like around 320. So that's really all I'm seeing here at the moment. Give me 1 second. So we're at 250. Yeah, I'd say 275 and then 320. That seems to be about the next big resistance areas that I see here. And then, of course, you have the 200 EMA on the daily chart. That's going to be up at 360.
Okay, there you go. Some levels there. IPDN. Okay, so we got some time here. Did you have any other that you covered that maybe we should prioritize here?
I only looked at SMX. That's the last one I had. This is.
I'll go to it. We'll do that one.
Okay.
Security matters.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
I was just going to say, so this is trading up on some pretty good volume here today. Offers free licensing of its global plastics passport technology to effectuate an inclusive UN plastics treaty. Okay, I'm glad that you went through this one. You're gonna have to tell me what the hell that means. Look here at the short interest, 11.53% of the float shorted with 1 day to cover, and that comes on an average volume of 785,000. Today we've traded 37 million. Float here is 1.3 million. So this is definitely one of the movers. This also fits the ex-girlfriend theme that we talked about. We've traded this one a number of times before. My big concern here, we've popped and dropped. Are we going to see any rebound on this? We've seen this before from this stock.
Yeah, so this is a Irish company that is making a system that has a system for tracking the products and supply chains, and that's what their announcement for their global plastics passport is to help make the global plastics supply chain more accessible, traceable to different parts of the world. And they're offering this technology free to the UN per a treaty. And I'm sorry, I don't have a whole lot of information on this because 8 o'clock came around as I was trying to dig into this some more. But because it has a really low float, this might provide some pretty good moves. But they need a lot. They need cash, and they need a lot of it because they lose a lot of it. So I would be careful with this one because even though the news is pretty good, and if it does provide a trade, certainly don't let me stop you from trading it. But just keep in mind that this company might need to do a capital raise soon because their balance. I mean, their income statements don't look great, and I don't think their balance sheet looked that good either. Yeah, so the balance sheet's okay, but they need cash. I mean, they really do, because they lose millions, like tens of millions every quarter. So just something to keep in mind if you're going to be trading this. Not one to hold, but sounds like a pretty interesting idea. We'll see what ends up happening with it in the future.
Okay, good stuff on SMX. Bharat wanted to take a look at Affirm, so I think I might jump ahead to that.
Sure.
Affirm reported earnings last night. Affirm shares trading higher if the company reported better than expected Q4 EPS results and sales. This thing rocketed in the after hours. Not only did it hold its gain this morning, it actually teased going higher here. So maybe watch this one out of the gate, maybe a gap and go setup here, plus 16.3%. The other thing on this, I believe, the options implied a 9.3% move. We got, I almost want to say almost double that, 16.5% here. Looks like a pretty good report on the surface here. Evercore raising its price target to 100 today. Bank of America raising their price target to 94. So things looking good here for Affirm. Part of me wonders if the move is done or if there's some more legs on this.
That's what I was wondering too. Like maybe the party's over at 100 or 105, and then
what levels do you have for this 13?
Well, I'm looking to see where some of those levels are, and 100 does really stand out when I'm looking back at February 2021 and September 2021, December 2021. 2021 is an area for that we had those $100 prints and higher. This thing went all the way up to 176. It looks like. I don't think it's going to go all the way up there today. But for me, I think 100 to 105 would be a pretty good target to have this trade up to and take profit there and say thank you very much and move on to the next thing.
Okay. All right. We'll see there on Affirm. Bharat, let me know. Do you have a trade plan here on Affirm for today? Curious to know if you're going to be trying to catch this one. Got a question here if we can look at IREN. Yes, we absolutely can do that. Here is your IREN chart. You can see this is moving higher here. Iris Energy shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q4 EPS results and sales. This very similar deal we popped in the after hours yesterday, held it, and then moved higher here today. So I'd be watching for maybe some more extension on this today. We are up 20.5%. So a pretty substantial move here on this. Quick look at the short interest on IREN. 11.88% of the float shorted with 1.42 days to cover. That comes on an average volume of 24.5 million. The float on this one is super thick, 232 million. 13, what do you think here? IREN.
The all-time high from this company trading is 28.25. We're on that doorstep, and it looks like it's in the pre-market here. We're gassing up to break over 28 and try to hit that price. Now I don't know how much this is going to run or how high we're going to make these new all-time highs, but it seems like that is coming. Just know that 28.25 was the all-time high, and there'll be blue skies after that, but I don't know where that party ends. So just keep that in mind as we cross that price. And if you want to see that, you can go back to November of 2021, and that's going to give you your all-time high of 28.25.
Okay, so we are approaching that all-time high here. We'll see if we can take that out. Okay, really quickly, a good question here from Aubrey. Thanks for your response, Ryan. Ricky sent it to me. What exactly should I be looking out for on short interest? Okay, so one of the reasons that we take a look at this, and I don't know if you were around for Mark Petrino earlier, he touched on this when he was here this morning. One of the things we look at for short interest here is we're trying to identify if there might be traders offsides here. So traditionally, our thresholds, if you will, for high short interest is this column, percent of float shorted greater than 20%, this only at 11.88%, and the days to cover column greater than 5, this only at 1.42. The thought here is that there's so many shares being held short that as soon as we get a positive news catalyst that causes the price to move up, those shorts might have to rethink their position. As they buy to cover, that feeds into the fact that the stock is up and the stock price keeps moving higher. So if we're able to successfully identify a setup where there is a potential short squeeze, we know then that this stock should have some more meat on the bone or should have a higher chance of moving to the upside. That then gives us something to trade. 13, do you have anything else in there that you'd like to add that maybe I missed on short interest, or anything personal that you look for?
Well, Sideshow mentioned that the price target was raised to $37 this morning. I also saw another price target raised to $35. You have that coming from Canaccord that had the $37 price target. Roth Capital gives it $35. I'm looking at the earnings report here, and it looks like they're killing it right now. So maybe this does go a little bit higher beyond that 28.25. I said it could. I just don't know how high it will go. But I don't know that we're going to see 37, 35. But this looks like this company is really nailing it right now with their data center and AI services. So this might be a pretty good one to keep an eye on, and maybe this even goes higher than 30 today. So we'll see what happens here. But just keep in mind that 28 to 25 spot. That's the that's the all-time high. We're certainly going to get resistance there, or maybe even a breakout. But once we're past that, then the party's probably on.
Okay, really good stuff there on Iron. Aubrey, let me know if that answers your question. A couple of other honorable mentions here. Thar, this had a really big move yesterday. It was quick, and then it really didn't give much the rest of the day. Maybe this returned to VWAP, but that would have been tough. We did go higher than the intraday high yesterday in the pre-market, and it hasn't broke down when it pulled back from that. So watch the volume on this. This may be in play here today. Another honorable mention here to RR. We've been talking about this recently. RR here, we're curling up again. We'll see if we attack that 380-ish high. I know Izzy's been on this one, so good stuff there. Jay saying, Ondis, great call, Ryan. Ran over 6. Wish I listened to you. Hey, look, if you listen to Amanda, Bears fans are rarely right. The old adage of a broken clock is right twice a day. I'll take it, right? I'll take it. And Jay, just because I know you joined late here, you should enjoy this as well as everyone else. Last time, folks, I promise. Here you go, Jay. This is my feeling. This is how I feel right now. Honest to God. All right. So
a great picture of Travis Swift.
Travis Swift is what we're calling that now. Okay, and then I think there was maybe one more in here. Oh yeah, SOGP. This is one of the China name that had a monster day yesterday. This is actually probably the best mover of the day yesterday. We're actually gearing here again today. So I'm not sure that this is going to go up here today, but maybe watch it, keep it on your radar. This might be another play here for today. Okay, I'm going to move over to the we're almost open here. Was there anything else that you wanted to go over, 13, or the group?
No, I'm ready to start trading.
Yeah, so am I. I'm ready. I tell you what, I'm ready for the weekend. I am ready for the weekend.
You got a draft on Sunday, right?
I got a draft on Sunday. I got a webinar with Ripster tonight showing how you can use Benzinga Pro as your morning process. His team uses Benzinga Pro, so that should be really fun. I got some golf on Monday. I am just really, really excited. Really, really excited for this weekend. I'm just so happy football's back. Fall is in the air. It's not 1,000 degrees outside. Good stuff.
I got to say, it has been a very nice summer, especially out here where it can get really hot. It's been a really good summer. So a little concerned that we're going to have a rough hurricane season. We've already been in the hurricane season, but haven't really, had anything big. We've had a couple of hurricanes that were of note in the Atlantic, but haven't seen anything in the Gulf quite yet that has raised any concerns. So kind of wondering if we're going to get a little bit of a rough fall here with the hurricanes.
Okay. Let's get started. Come on, open this thing up. You know what, 13? I'm going to leave one of these stock. I'm going to leave IPDN on the screen here, and I'm going to try to get my washroom trip out before the opening bell. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Fire it out. All right. So Investors Arena asking, are you shorting 13 and Ryan? I'm not shorting anything right now. No, I am not. I am just looking to trade to the upside, get out, and have a good weekend. Sounds like a fun plan, doesn't it? Which ones are we looking at first here? I'm just going to take a look at some of the ones we were just talking about here. So Gamehouse, that's kind of going sideways, still above its VWAP. Looking to push higher. We want to see this move away from VWAP out of the open here, because that would mean we get another test of that trend line that we drew. SMX, hopefully this is finding some support down here, but it might actually trade a little bit lower. We'll see if that happens or not. If this does go lower, it's going to come down to that pre-market bottom here at base where we were going into the close yesterday, around 165. Looks like where that price is headed at the moment. Move is still holding above its VWAP. D Pro is moving now. Let's take a look at D Pro. Okay, so this just got a pop here after it spent some time earlier this morning trying to get support from the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. And now we've broken above some of these resistance levels that the price was trading above or up to yesterday. Ryan, we're looking at DPRO right now.
Got it.
And this was mentioned because we had some price action yesterday that kind of implied a ceiling around 515. And we couldn't get any higher than that, but we did go higher in the pre-market, came right back in. Now we're pushing up again. In the pre-market, we had a high of 528. So there's an area to watch for. But this looks like we're trying to push higher here. So certainly keep an eye on DPRO.
Okay.
We have 20 seconds. And Alpha Aura is looking for more upside and open. And Lion Atlas is saying that ALLR needs more volume.
How about Nuke? What are we doing with Nuke here today, guys? All right, we're open. Let's do it. Happy Friday, folks.
Yeah, we made it.
We made it.
All right, so out of the gate here. Game house going down a little bit. IPDN is pulling off of that 307 high, but not a whole bunch. Nothing really pushing quite yet.
Not yet.
Looks like a lot of pulling. Looks like D-Pro is trying to push higher.
Nuke, kind of a rough open there, Lion.
Nuke will fly today?
I don't know. It's not flying. It's flying downward at the open here.
Remember how many of these we've seen kind of get smacked down in the beginning, and then later on in the day they just have this massive rip.
A firm maybe having that gap and go set up on a firm. It's starting to trade. Oh, it came back in a little bit there. We'll see.
So Gamehouse down to its VWAP. SMX still kind of sideways, but implying that there's some downside coming. There's some sellers that are looking to walk this price down a bit here.
That's GMHS, right?
No, this is SMX that I was looking at.
Oh, SMX. Excuse me. Let me bring that up here.
Yeah, I was looking at GMHS a second ago. It was down to its VWAP. Now it seems to have tried to get a little bit of support here. We'll see if I can reverse off of the VWAP. And then Move also trying to hold above its VWAP. That's coming down. Oh, I just lost it. It's coming down to the 65 EMA next. Remember, this looked like $1 or 95 cents to $1 might be where the support kicks in for Move. And IPDN, this thing is ripping higher now. 324.
So that just continued its move right into the open.
Yep, 324. This is the. No, this is not the one. But this is coming up to that 200 EMA on the daily chart. That would be at 360. So approaching that.
Nasty little reverse there on Ondas, popped to 619 and then came back in. See what happens when Ondas settles a little bit. Affirm now ripping higher here, so gap and go trade on for Affirm. Nice move there, Barat. Let me know what you're doing with this on Affirm. AFRM?
ALLR.
Now that needed volume. We took a look at that earlier here. That really needed some volume to kick up there. I think Tuna agreed with that. Look, yeah, it looks like this is pulling back now on that. You guys are saying Nuke pulled back to 5. Nuke's back on the scanner here, so it's got to be trading back up. Okay, so that dip out of the open, basically right to VWAP, maybe overshot it a little here, NUKK.
Yeah, support for ALR looks like it's going to be 155 and then 150.
IREN is popping. We'll take a look at that as well.
SMX might be turning around here. Needs to recapture a lot of EMAs in the process, but trying to put in the bottom and turn around. We'll see if that ends up materializing here. Got to get through this seller at 220.
Okay.
Move starting to move now.
In which the good direction?
Yeah.
I am in Affirm selling at 99. Okay, thank you, Bharat. There's the trade plan on Affirm.
Seller in the
move. Sorry, go ahead.
at 125. Big seller in the way.
Yeah, that I was going to say, it looks like that 125, 123 to 125 level might be of note there for move.
D-Pro now at the pre-market high of 528.
Nuke now trying to go green, putting in a pretty awesome looking candle now on NUKK. Yep. Lion Atlas.
Yep, looking to take out that 587 high.
Scalped on. I bought that pullback there, scalped it a little bit. We'll see if this sets up again. I think Lion might be on something. This was a good call here on Nuke. Ondis, nasty candle here out of the open. Let's give it some time, though. No new trades on Ondis, but big time pullback here, actually pulling down basically to where it closed yesterday. We'll see if it sets up from there. Nuke now maybe taking out the pre-market high.
If it doesn't take it out here, let it back off and set up to push up again.
Yeah, Smoke Tuna mentioning Nuke there. The load zone, I think you called it, was at 5, right? 504-ish down there. That was a pretty good move. I didn't quite get 504 down there, but I got a little bit of that. Didn't really get a huge trade there. But 1 for 1 on the day. Yeah. Let's go. Good start to Friday here.
And look at Jared. He's already racking up $160 with Nuke. Get it.
Let's go. I can't wait to see what Bharat clears on the Affirm move. Bharat's been on fire recently, especially with some of these bigger, easier to trade names, frankly.
IPDN might be pushing up to try and make a new high here. We have 348 is the current high, still above VWAP right now.
Dell got slapped, according to Billy. Okay.
Move right to 125, almost exactly to that trend line that we drew. Wow.
Bharat, multiple 5-figure trades on some of these opening gappers that you have been on top of. Really, really good.
Awesome.
Bharat. And you know what else? I really appreciate that you're adding more to our discussions here on this. You've been talking about some of these before the move actually materializes. I think that's what's the most helpful here for the group. Really good Friday for Bharat.
Yeah. Enjoy your new house.
No kidding. No kidding. Really good stuff there.
SMX trying to still turn around here, working its way through the 9 EMA. Needs more volume if we're going to get back up to VWAP. Gamehouse underneath its VWAP still has the 65 EMA potentially as support. It's looking like it's going to come down to that in just a tick here. If that doesn't provide support, then we're probably going to want to look at other stuff to trade because this could continue lower.
Okay, seeing more Affirm calls come in here. Affirm continues to move higher here. Bharat, nice job on the plan there. Really good gain out of the open. Seeing Tesla, what was that? Ooh, that happened fast. Ondis calls, Tesla puts. Tesla here looks like it sold off from the opening pop. Rocket actually looks like this is trading up. Rocket had kind of a rough day yesterday. Looks like that might be bouncing. That's ticker RKT. Let me get the name right. Sorry. Lucas, mentioning NVIDIA here today. Now, NVIDIA, this is interesting, 13. So you had talked, well, we all had talked, but you had really kind of brought up the point that maybe NVIDIA is actually going to be this catalyst that really kind of sends us down. We reported good earnings. We moved lower. Now it actually looks like we might be extending that down move. I would be curious as to what happens down there at 174 on NVIDIA. I'll let you know if I see any unusual options cross the tape here. Haven't seen them yet.
Real quick on Open Door, this looks like we're going to come up to well, we already hit it once. There's resistance at 475. It looks like we just hit that once already, but we can get past that. I'd be targeting 485 next, followed by 5. SQQQ, this is Jonathan, so that probably is going to be going lower if we're going
Well, SQQQ is popping.
I'm sorry, higher. Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's because I was thinking NVIDIA is going lower.
Yep.
So yeah, that did just put in a new high, just pushed over the pre-market highs. We're still not above yesterday's highs, which was 1775, but could still go up there. Looks like we are getting some support at the 65 EMA for for Gamehouse GMHS. We'll see if we can recapture VWAP. SMX still trying to deal with some of these EMAs. move. Might be trying to push to this 125 seller right now. If we can get some volume expansion, it could do it. Here we go. They're chewing through 125 right now.
Yep.
There it is.
Nice. Sorry, I was a little slow on that. Really good stuff there, 13. Right on top of that. Also, Smoke Tuna mentioned what?
And then it pulled, but
and then it ended up pulling. Smoke Tuna mentioning Thar here. Thar at the top end of that range. This is also the same area. This is also the intraday high from yesterday. 720 looks to be that spot here. Now, I don't feel great about buying this breakout here. I actually think that this was probably a better ad on a move through that VWAP at 685. But Thar, we've seen this thing move before, showing some more movement here out of the gate. Yeah, and ONDS. So, by the way, ONDS pulled down to the pivot for today and bounced off of that pretty nicely. Again, we want to give this some time to kind of shake out here. It does do some of these volatile moves in both directions right around the open.
Getting more movement from move. Now hitting 130. So we may see a little bit of a breakout here if this volume continues. Next area of resistance, it's kind of at 130, but there's a bigger one at 140. And IPDN, it did go beneath VWAP briefly, but it's back above it now. It might be going sideways before and setting up for the next push. Sorry, go ahead.
It's quite all right. One more, since we have more folks here. Once again, did anyone take the CrowdStrike trade that I talked about yesterday in the pre-market? CrowdStrike actually, okay, so initially it spiked here. It actually looked like this was going to be a continuation. We've talked a lot about cybersecurity in a theme, CrowdStrike being one of the best in breed. I know that some people like this more than PanW, but that's neither here nor there. Remember, this thing held to 200, sold off, held to 200, and then ripped out of the gate, and then drifted higher here. So this one was actually an amazing. Big Bees, I know you hit this one. Let me know if anyone else hit this. That was the trade of the day yesterday, and I'm almost wondering if we get similar movement here in a firm. So held it, moved higher. Almost wonder if this dip is buyable too. I hope someone hit that. That was an amazing trade. I hope someone was able to make money off that call.
No, all that glitters, it is halted, and UKK is halted. It had a big knife, went through VWAP and a couple of the EMAs, and now it is halted to the downside.
Okay, halted to the downside here, 498. Smoke Tuna said that the other loading zone here on Nuke is 480. I would also say maybe even 460 if it can't hold that, though.
IPDN is trying to push higher. That might run into some resistance at 345, but it's trying to push up right now. Here we go.
That's IPDN, you said, correct?
Yep. Okay. Yep. It just went right up to where I said. Now it's trying to take it, and here we go, new highs.
Well done. Well done. Smoke Tuna calling proc early here. Okay. Take that. How's Apple doing? Let me take a look at that. I entered that swing a couple of days ago. Kind of want to sell the calls today before September hits. Maybe sell partial and see if we get any continuation if we buck the trend of September. I had the 235 calls for September, so I'd love to see Apple make a move towards 235 before we close those. Marvell, good call there. Buffalo by Bicycle. We talked about Marvell being lower in the pre-market. It sounds like it's taking the next leg lower here. Take a look. Yeah, indeed it is. Where's the support on Marvell? That would be my question here. What's that?
Let's see. We'll find it. With Marvell's earnings, it seems like that the idea that the semiconductor makers, just the chip makers, not software or AI infrastructure or anything like that, but just the chip makers are under pressure right now. And it looks like, to me, support's going to be, it looks like it could be under $60, but I'd say $60 is going to be one of your next big support areas. Maybe 63.5, but I like 60 the best.
Okay.
After that, you probably have some support down around 54. Microsoft week. It's trading underneath its 50-day SMA. This thing, like a lot of the Mag 7 that has been on a pretty good run since April, this one does need to come back in. And we've talked about that a little bit. We think some of us are looking for 480 or 470. that's about where I think we could come back down to. So it wouldn't surprise me if we hit that, but I still think that Microsoft is going to be 600 probably by the end of the year, but definitely sometime next year.
Okay. Microsoft pullback sounds viable according to 13, which I don't dispute in any regard. John E. Booth asking Mongo, might this keep going? So a couple of things here. Generally speaking, I don't love chasing big moves like this. What I will say, though, is that this chart actually looks totally turned around. I got to think that this probably can make a run at this previous area here, 365. What was that?
Sorry to interrupt you. Nuck's open, yep.
Okay.
I say Nuck because it's a new Nuck. Anyway.
Yeah, I gotcha.
It's open now. We opened lower. It's trying to hold above this area. So maybe this is a good loading zone, as it was pointed out. We'll see if we get this reversal. We have VWAP. I have VWAP at 544.
I've got VWAP at 527 and 524 respectively. So I think a move back towards that VWAP would not be out of the question here.
Now, keep an eye on Gamehouse, GMHS, because we did get support from that 65 EMA. We're trying to recapture the VWAP right now. And if we can get above what I think is going to be 270, this might start trading better, maybe even go back up to that trend line that we drew. So need to see a little bit more recapturing of some levels here, VWAP in that at 270 area. And then I think we're going to be in a pretty good spot here with GMHS. Getting some pullback here across the board. Now, IPDN went to 369 before that pulled back. That was a really nice move in IPDN. DPRO, this is coming back underneath its VWAP. NUKK. Now, here's the thing about NUKK. There's a seller in the way at 315 that just got deleted.
515, anyway, I think you mean, right?
515, yeah. They just got deleted. And so if this can come back up to VWAP without any other sellers in the way, then we might be on to some recovery here. But I think this may still end up going lower before we turn around and go higher. I think somewhere around 475 to maybe as low as 450 might be how low we go before we get some support that turns us around.
This looks like a rejection here at VWAP on that first bounce attempt, but we may get another bounce attempt here. Affirm, we have 96 prints. Okay, so this backed off the $100 spot. Barat, really good. I know you were only off by $1 on your exit point here, but man, oh man, is that good. This now basically trying to recapture its VWAP, so perhaps this sets up for another move towards the highs. That's AFRM Affirm.
Nuck with a session low.
Okay. Now, so that rejection is solid so far.
It's still going lower. I anticipate that we'll just get a little bit lower of a print before we start turning around. So I'd be patient with that.
Yeah, we've seen some of those shakeouts on some of these wild movers here too. I believe Tuna said 480 was the low zone. We're at 495 right now, so maybe that comes back into one of those support areas.
Look, keep an eye on GMHS and SMX. They're both kind of trying to recapture some levels here. Getting a little bit of a push in volume. So keep an eye on those. 250.
And Jonathan, good call here. Bitcoin rolled over here and actually hunting new lows now. And yeah, Jonathan's right. It is losing the lows there. 109,900 on the futures. Let's see if Bitcoin, you know what? It'll be interesting to see if the market responds to Bitcoin rolling over too. That's been one of the spec assets that told us that risk on. And if that rolls back, I'd be curious to see if that changes the sentiment. Netflix pulling back here, Amazon pulling, but where's Izzy? Amazon, this basically lower than the pre-market lows. Part of me wonders if this market turns at all, maybe Amazon represents an okay scalp.
I mean, I think we're kind of already being shown what's going to happen here. We pointed out, a lot of these tech names have the same pattern. It looks like they've got head and shoulders, and I'm not talking about taking a shower. They're going to get rinsed down the drain.
I just what you're doing right now is great. Right now is great.
But look at a lot of these patterns in the big tech names. They all look very, very similar. They've kind of gone sideways in August, chopped around. Here comes September, where I think they're going to come in. I don't think
Honest Car Reviews mentioning that BABA continues its upward move. Remember, that was a outstanding Jake Wujastic pick here. BABX, this is the Granite Shares 2x levered ETF. This actually mirroring, obviously, BABA. This looks like this might try and pop higher too. Let me know if any of you are trading Alibaba and how.
Smoke Tuna, it does look like it's trying to push higher. The 65 EMA is going to be tough. I think it gets through that, maybe even the 200 EMA. But the VWAP at 250, that's the big question mark, I think. What do you think?
Really quickly, I know we've been talking about some of the pot names here. Did anyone take a flyer on CGC? This one really caught a bid yesterday. Remember, I was building this. I actually don't have a decent size position yet. I was still in the process of building. It really kind of took off yesterday. But just wondering if anyone else is on CGC. We'll see what marijuana does in terms of a sector here today.
That might start going, after this week's over. Next week when we start to get, because you've told us that you've been hearing some things.
Yep.
I've been kind of lining up some dates when Congress comes back. And folks, I think cannabis might have a pretty interesting September.
A lot of these things have kind of been lining up. Now, that's not a guarantee, so don't take that as set in stone or whatever, but something to watch for sure. I'll be pre-positioned on CGC. Good job, CGC Boogie. Good stuff there. Open 480. Let me pull up open.
Yeah, IPDN also had a ugly pull as well. It didn't halt, but it did go back down through VWAP and found support at the 9 EMA on the 5-minute.
Zach says, actually loving this Ondas reset. So am I, actually. We are down a whopping 2% today. And this is after this thing has basically gone parabolic to the upside. So a reset here. I agree with you, Zach. Even if we close red on the day, I don't think that's necessarily bad, especially for the long term. Another reason why I don't like chasing a lot of these green candles. By the way, so open at the highs here. I know several of you are on that nuke or nuck or whatever. Looks like this is curling here, very close to the load zone Tuna gave.
SMX still pushing up higher, approaching the VWAP. But remember, Smoke, Tuna, and I both are kind of thinking there's going to be some trouble as we approach that VWAP. So just keep that in mind. Now, one thing about ONDS, I was telling you yesterday, that $6 level, that's a big spot.
Yeah.
And pullback here.
And are we actually shocked to see some regression back to the mean at the resistance level?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It wasn't just the $6 level that was looking like it would provide a lot of resistance based on previous price action. But look at the RSI. How extended we were on that. We've had a massive. How many green candles is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. Seven trading days of this just green candle blitz. So it did need to come back in. How far does this come back in? I've mentioned before, 5 would be good. Wouldn't be surprised at 440 either. I think those are the two spots I'd be keeping an eye on. If we go lower than that, then I'd start to be a little bit concerned. But I could also provide some levels under that as well. Like 350 looks like a good spot as well.
Ryan mentioning that the market is dropping here. Indeed, SPY, NASDAQ, and Dow all moved to the lows here. It does look like it's bouncing. Remember, we saw this yesterday right out of the open. We saw the exact same thing. We saw a pull right out of the open, actually looked pretty bad. Buyers stepped in and the thing grinded higher the rest of the day. So just keep in mind from what we saw yesterday, very similar to the opening move we're seeing here today.
Ooh, that's a good little piece of information we got in the happy hour chat. And I think analysts are getting nervous on NVIDIA. 2 customers account for 40% of their business. Yeah, that's a little concerning, isn't it?
Well, juxtapose that against Jensen's, excitement and his hyperbole around the stock.
He's a hype man.
He is absolutely a hype man.
I don't think half the stuff that comes out of his mouth is the truth.
Okay. Zach says, September, here we come. Zach's ready. Oh man, Apple actually holding up here pretty well. Apple, give me a pop. Give me a pop today and let me out of these calls so I can just book another little quick short swing trade before September. Raise even more cash. Pop above this high, please. 233.5. Pop above that, and we're in good shape.
And UKK, worth keeping an eye on. The last candle we had could be considered a reversal candle. It's neutral, but neutral candles can be continuations or reversals. So let's see if we can get back above VWAP in this candle or the next. As if we can, then I think that we're going to be seeing an attempt to push up to the pre-market high of 587.
There you go on. What happened here? I wanted NUKK. There we go.
SMX also might, if we get a little bit more volume expansion, we might get this move up to the VWAP.
I am going to refresh my platform here. Something odd is going on. Ryan, healthcare stocks are on the move. Thank you, Lion.
Yeah, what's the two what sectors are up this morning? Because yesterday we talked about some rotation. If we see some movement out of tech, where would the money go? Because we don't think that money is necessarily leaving the market. It's just going to go in other spots. So my thought was it's probably just going to go to the most beaten up sectors, or the least the lowest performing sectors so far this year. And right now that's consumer discretionary and healthcare.
Okay, well, here you go. Looking at the iShares ETFs, the semiconductor or the VanEck in this case, that's the most red. So that's where folks are rotating out of. Oil and gas up 0.75% here today. So it looks like maybe they're rotating into that. We have the healthcare that you were talking about, XLB, that's up 0.5% today. So that's holding on here. Let's see what else
energy
do we have
Energy
here.
is the third most underperforming sector. So
that's up almost 0.6. So that's a good move there.
So consumer discretionary, healthcare, and energy, the three worst performing sectors year to date. Probably, I would expect to see rotation into those. Maybe even real estate too, since that's been underperforming the S&P 500, going on its fourth year now.
Nuke is battling the VWAP here, but it does look like a curl is in play. So we'll move through the VWAP here on NUKK. We might go higher. It is struggling with it so far, but watch the battle here.
What do I think about Intel? Intel is going to kind of be a little bit. I don't want to say it's going to be a lottery ticket, because I say that term for like these penny stocks. But if you believe that this government stake is a very good thing for Intel, then I think you have a good long-term prospect ahead of you.
Yeah. Here we go. Nuke now moving through our moving through the VWAP here. We'll see if it can continue to push here. I'm looking at the price ladder. It sure looks like 538 would be one of those levels that we definitely want to clear to the upside. I have no position right now in Nuke. I've only scalped it once today. I'll let you know if I enter it again here, but we'll see. It's still battling. I like to see that it's trying to build above its VWAP here. There's a little pull through it. So a little bit of indecision here so far in NUKK.
Yeah, and Jared, that's kind of what I'm getting at here too, because if you look at Boeing, that company loses tons of money, but the government's keeping it alive. So I'm kind of like leaning in that direction. So if you have if that's the way you want to view Intel, that this is going to be the government's going to be entrenched with this company, which they kind of are, based with all their old legacy systems that use x86 architecture. Then I think that Intel could end up doing pretty good as long as the U.S. government continues to own that stake.
Bitcoin attempted to bounce, but is rolling back over to the lows. Jonathan, we might have some new lows coming here in Bitcoin. Amazon tried to do the same thing. It hasn't given up its lows yet. And Netflix is still hunting its lows here from today.
So NUKK, you mentioned earlier that got a VWAP projection, right? Because it's rejected at my VWAP.
Yep. It was battling and trying to build above, but ultimately rejected and came back to the lows. Here's NVIDIA, by the way. This is still holding out near its day lows. We'll see if this tries for another leg lower. Haven't seen anything here on NVIDIA that is alarming, if you will, from the options. I am seeing some calls get bought here. These are out of the money calls, though. And these are actually for this week. Those are 0-day DTE calls that just got bought. So that was a trade.
ET3, why wouldn't they be? I mean, there are tons of other nations that buy crap from China. There are companies that are mostly owned by the Chinese government. So why not? Why wouldn't that be a problem? I'm half being sarcastic at the same time.
Yeah, it's always worth playing devil's advocate, 13. I don't think that's a bad thought to have at all.
Yeah, there are other companies around the globe that are partially owned by their governments that they reside in. So I guess what's the big issue? What's the hang up? If all these other companies doing, look at IPDN, that's moving through its VWAP right now.
Really quickly here, VIX is going parabolic now. VIX 1523.
Uh-oh.
Zach, welcome to September, baby. Woo!
Bye SPY. I haven't looked at the SPY yet. Let me see.
SPY broke the lows. It did try to bounce there, but it now new lows here on the SPY. And that was a good call on IPDN. This did move through the VWAP, trying to move back towards the day highs. 350, I think, is still a spot here, IPDN.
Looks like SMX still trying to push up. It was above the 65 EMA for several minutes, but trying to get back above it now. Move is moving lower. That's going to looks like that's going to have a date with its 65 EMA here pretty soon.
Let me take a look at Move.
Gamehouse, this one trying to hang on to that 65 EMA. If we can't get away from this pretty soon and get back above VWAP, I think this also goes lower.
Nuke still trying to battle right down there at that 490, 480-ish area. This represents the intraday low. I really think that this is going to have to hold here. We might see another knife down to a support area. Let's check in on RR here. Okay, so this pulled back to the 65 EMA on the 5 and bounced. Which one? IPDN?
Yeah.
Got it. Right there's the 350 takeout, and the move higher is accelerating with 13. I wasn't in this one, but this was a great call there on IPDN. Nuke broke and went lower.
We don't need a king. What would you call Xi Jinping or Putin or any of those other dictators? I mean, come on.
Yeah, I'm not on that either with you, 13. I understand there's some, stuff going on that we haven't seen, but comparison to actual dictators comes up short. Yeah. Nuke is kaput. Nuke is Tuna here saying this is the 480 load zone that Tuna talked about.
Well, then this is where it needs to turn around.
Yep, absolutely it does. IPDN I still think a 4 test probably coming here in IPDN. Ondis trying to make its way back to its VWAP at 581. A recapture on that VWAP would be great.
Chewbacca sound request. There it is. And not a whole lot looking great at the moment. Just that move from IPDN. Now, you do have 350 as support at this stage. What's up?
I was just going to say, on this back to VWAP. So that initial selling there met with some buying. Looking around here, Palo Alto pulled off the highs. Bitcoin is trying to bounce, and the VIX looks like it slowed down there at 15.25. Goldman Sachs went ex-dividend is slightly lower here by about 0.3%, but that might bounce. We talked about financials being one of those sectors that folks could roll into. Would be curious to see if Goldman Sachs catches a bid here today. SPY also trying to bounce. Now here, let me actually bring up the SPY chart here real quick. Michigan consumer, thank you, producer. Michigan consumer sentiment data for August, 58.2 versus the 58.6 estimate. I know there's some people don't necessarily care for that data print. To me, there's nothing crazy there. Kind of a non-issue. Here's what I was trying to highlight from the SPY. This 645.25 area. This represented yesterday's intraday lows. So far, SPY trying to bounce from the same spot.
Hey, chill out, Lion. I didn't prove your point whatsoever. Not at all, actually. It's not even close.
It's really not even close.
I mean, get off CNN if you need to, you need some more, you need to touch some reality. All right, so IPDN, we're going to 4 now, or over 4.
Celsius, that dip's getting bought. What happened here? Celsius holding shares are trading higher after reports suggesting that Pepsi is boosting its stake in the company. So that actually traded up towards 67 and then came back in. That would be bullish for Celsius. Is that a rumor? Let's see here. No, this is an actual press release. Bloomberg reporting that Pepsi is boosting its stake by $585 million. This is not a rumor. This actually did happen.
What's this?
New Celsius, ticker CELH. Celsius and Pepsi are expanding their strategic partnership. Alani Nu joins PepsiCo distribution. Celsius acquires Rockstar energy drinks in U.S. and Canada, and Pepsi boosts its stake to 11%.
Well, I'm not following anything
And-
he's doing blindly either, Lion. I don't know what you're implying.
It's all right, guys.
Yeah, just
It's
relax,
Friday. It's Friday, guys.
We
Don't
have
worry.
a whole weekend ahead of us.
Don't worry. We're still free over here. It's good. It's good. Deep breaths, folks. Who's on the green today?
Oh, here.
Everyone's good.
IPDN 450, then could C8.
Tesla bouncing off of the pre-market low or trying to. And actually, VIX ticked up again here, so maybe this bounce isn't going to hold. SPY back down to the lows. Okay, so what do we think, chat? Are we seeing rotation here ahead of the start of September? I'll be honest, from where I'm sitting right now, it does kind of feel like that, but I don't want to make too much of a knee-jerk reaction move.
IPDN has a seller in the way at 410. He just got blasted.
Which one?
IPDN.
Got it.
So he just got the lead there. We're at 414 now.
Oh my God, this IPDN move. I am disappointed in myself, guys. I am sorry that I missed this one. 13, this was a great call.
I don't think this was my call. I just had it on my radar and I just kept looking around.
Yeah, you were on top of the movement though.
Okay.
Jonathan is mentioning that the IWM is still outperforming. That to me is interesting because that almost, okay, well, this actually reversed here. If this does continue to outperform, though, I really think that strengthens the case for rotation as opposed to a sell-off. And that's kind of what I'm looking to confirm here today.
You're hitting some trend lines. So this 235 area, I would like to see this be support. If we can hold above 235, I think that's going to set us up to go higher.
Okay, let me ask the group something. The move that we're seeing here in some of these indices, whether it be SPY, IWM, or the Qs, or even some of the individual big cap names here, is this causing anyone to not want to buy dips? Because we were talking about really how sentiment and like market participant psychology really is going to determine what these moves are or which direction the moves go in. So I'm almost curious to see if a pullback, a quick pullback like we are seeing right now, more new lows in the SPY, by the way, does a quick pullback change that a little bit? Are market participants less inclined to buy dips in the face of this September seasonality that we're expecting? Curious. Joseph says, I'm not buying anything right now. Okay.
I mean, there's going to be some real pain ahead if people are thinking, hey, it's just another buy the dip opportunity, and then they get hit even more. Are they going to average in? That might be the second mistake they make.
Yeah. Carl is saying, I'm not buying the dip today. I'm waiting a bit to see if people panic or not. I think the patient approach, Carl, is probably the safe way to go here. Jared, I think buying dips is the way for the remainder of the year. End of the year will finish higher than here. Jared, I'm kind of in that boat too, where we just covered some of the news this morning. Tom Lee thinks the same thing. Ryan Dietrich thinks the same thing. There's a lot of folks out there that think that. And I'm just wondering if any of these quick moves maybe change the way folks are looking at that.
Yeah, I just don't know that I'd want to be a buyer of these dips until maybe the end of September or when that October rolls around. That's about the time we start to get the bottoming and the seasonality. Yeah. So I think that'd be a better time to get closer to the end.
That's exactly why I think Carl's got it right here. We'll see if that ends up being right, but I really think the move to be patient is probably the safer move here. It's not to say that you can't trade this. I'm just thinking if you're unsure, you don't feel very confident, perhaps the move is to be patient.
And there was another point as well. Sorry, give me a second. I just saw it. Rate cuts that are on the horizon will boost the market. So I think what you might end up happening is you're going to see a good amount of stocks respond really well to that, especially ones that need to refinance their debt or maybe do a capital raise that doesn't dilute shares. But I think what you're going to end up seeing is a lot of these really big names that have a large cash position, where they're making a lot of interest on their large cash positions.
Mhm.
I think you're going to start to see those come down a little bit. So you could see Apple and some of these other really big names weaken a bit as there's some broadening out into the really beat up names that are going to benefit from those rate cuts. That's kind of the expectation I have. We'll see if it's right or not.
Sideshow here saying too much cheerleading for NUKK here today. It was persuasive. That can be tough. This is also why we really focus on have your own plan and trade it. That way it can make some of that persuasion less impactful. Nuke does feel exhausted here.
Ed Edwards, you got to remember that BITO is based, the whole thing is based off of futures contracts. So the dividend yield is going to, I guess the payout is going to be determined by the performance of Bitcoin. So if this goes down, if Bitcoin goes down, I don't know that you're going to get a great dividend the month that it's down. It's not like an underlying like IBIT is, where it's just Bitcoin. So just
Cappy here saying that the market could be moving lower due to action in the Fed court this morning regarding the Fed governor.
Oh, yeah.
That's true, but I almost wonder if that itself would also provide a buying opportunity. From what I understand, her defense is it was a clerical error. I don't think that's what anybody wanted to hear. I think we wanted something a little bit more substantial than that, to be honest. Again, I'm not sure how that's going to shake out here. You might be right about that. I don't know that I feel comfortable trading either way off that catalyst. I would actually rather just kind of be patient and wait for that to resolve. I would be more inclined to look at the seasonality than whatever is going on in with the Fed court stuff. Lion says, I think the upside is in the healthcare sector. Are you still on UNH? Do you have other picks in the healthcare sector that you're looking at?
UNH just not able to get above that trend line.
Sorry, I interrupted you again.
That's okay. I was just saying that UNH is not able to get above that trend line yet. Yeah,
that trend line is really what we're kind of looking for. Trend line on the daily there. And we've outlined that a few times here. Jay, this is interesting. I have it on another chart, darn it. Jay says, I think it's the Baba AI chip that's causing the move down here. So again, Baba releasing news that they are trying to create their own AI chip to not have to rely on NVIDIA. Baba also reported earnings here, a mixed earnings report, by the way. Let me find that actual news headline here.
They're testing that chip right now.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for here. Here we go. Wall Street Journal. And actually, for anyone that wants this, let me grab the, that's just the headline. The Wall Street Journal reported Alibaba has developed a new chip for artificial intelligence. Alibaba's chip can handle more AI work, compatible, and it's compatible with NVIDIA tools. So that's that CUDA compatibility that you were talking about. Yeah, I'm not sure I believe that totally either, but that's the news that we're reacting to. That link to that Wall Street Journal article in the chat for anyone that wants to dive into that. Good mention there, Jay.
I know that there's been a big effort to create some kind of open source platform that works better or as good as CUDA. So if that would be the bigger news, in my opinion. The company creating AI chips. Sure, there's plenty of those in China right now.
Nuke breaking and going lower, another leg down here, NUKK.
But that being able to move off of CUDA and just be able to take any NVIDIA chip and have it integrate into your cloud or your IT setup without using CUDA, that's the big thing.
I love the comments here. Sean, F Alibaba, very simple. James says, what chip, a potato chip or something else? LOL. Michael says, who can believe anything that comes from China? Facts. Jonathan says, it sounds like the DeepSeek narrative, bang on schedule like last year.
The problem, Smoke Tuna, is that they're very entrenched in CUDA right now. There's just no way around it. Because let's say NVIDIA is making the best chips, right? There's no other platform that works as well with their chips than CUDA does. IPDN is over 5 now.
I'm still seeing Tesla calls get bought into this pullback here. Tesla 338. Who's got a support level on Tesla for a trade?
Let's see here. You got the 20 and the 200-day SMA, but before that, you might have support. It looks like 338, maybe just under it.
SPY trying to bounce off the support 2 pivot. So it actually bounced once at the support 1 pivot. It could not get above the daily pivot. The support level it bounced from, lost it. Now it's moved to the second support level and it's trying to bounce from there. We'll monitor it.
IPDN is going to halt.
Oh no, this is, man.
It's going to halt here in just a tick. And
551. Tell you what, another round of sound effects here for those of you that are an IPN. I missed the big mover again here today. I'm okay with what I did. I'm still green on the day, but IPDN, no bueno. For me, no bueno for me. Bueno for everyone that was in it. Smoke Tuna, Ryan, I said you can always enter on support at IPDN. We really got that one move back to the VWAP there. I guess it also went to the 9 EMA. Then it rocketed from there.
Looks like it's going to be about 665, 650, 665, where the next resistance could kick in. And then you have a big one at up in the 7s.
Open lost its VWAP as this rolls back down to its opening price. I love this, Zach. Tesla Europe sales were down 40%. That was tester day news. I think he means yesterday, but Tesla got on the brain there. Looks like Netflix held 1,200. That was another level that we had talked about before. Amazon, another leg lower, so we didn't get a bounce there. Hope Izzy's okay.
SMX still trying to turn up. Looks like GMHS did lose that 65 EMA. I think more downside's coming. Possibly a loss of 2 at some point soon.
Tanya, good, nice call on Nuke. I caught it, got stopped, and then went without me. I understand that frustration because you're having a plan to kind of protect your trade. You get flushed out by a move, and then it goes without you. Those are some of the frustrating ones, Tanya, but there will be another.
Green Sleeves, welcome. Thanks for your message here, and congratulations on that recovery. Well done.
Yeah, welcome. Hopefully that's the first of many more messages here. You found a really great community to participate in. Also, I love your outlook here. Realizing that traders are going to lose sometimes, you always, as long as you don't knock yourself out of the game, have an opportunity to claw that back, and it didn't even take 20 minutes for you to do that. That's well done. That's being a trader. That's something I fight with too. I get mad when, in some cases, when trades that I take, like Tanya's example here, stuff like that irritates me. But you can always have an opportunity to claw it back. Jared, another great Friday. Thanks, gang. You're more than welcome. Taking profits and calling it a day. Stay green. Jared, well done. Enjoy your Friday. Enjoy your extended weekend. Remember, no market on Monday.
Oh, yeah, we got a long weekend.
I am so excited.
Well, we might be getting a little bit of a reversal in NUKK. It's got to get through 465. Well, it just took that guy out. So a little bit of a reversal candle happening in NUKK after it came down at 65 EMA. Needs to recapture 480. That was the resistance area that it could not recapture once it lost it. So next resistance area up there towards the upside is going to be 480.
Yeah, fall weather here too in Chicago, Buffalo by bicycle. I heard that it was a high of 68 here today. And I'll tell you something. If I have an opportunity to bust out the hoodie collection, I'm going to be a happy man. Glenn, love it. Watch Tesla 337.35. Tesla currently at 338.35. So it's $1 away from a potential bounce spot, according to Glenn. Nuke is continuing that turnaround that you flagged, 13.
Mm-hmm. It's approaching that level. Now there's a seller in the way at 480. Going to need some bigger volume than this to get through it. Looks like Thar is also trying to turn around, but that volume's so low, I don't think I would trust it. Looks like SMX and UKK are the ones that are trying to do some kind of turnaround here. Maybe they'll stop moving very like they are right now as soon as IPDN unhalts. And
I'm actually curious to see what that IPDN does out of the halt.
All right, so SMX trying to recapture the 65 EMA now. So until I would think that until IPDN unhalts, it's going to be one of these other names that are going to get some focus, and it seems like SMX is getting that focus for the moment. Maybe in UKK as well. Also, Thar looks like it's trying to, like I said, volume needs to be better on Thar, but it looks like it's starting to get a little bit of love.
Jay, I know you mentioned Chewy earlier. This gave back its gains from yesterday, but basically traded down to this consolidation area at 40 3/4 there, 40.75. You think that this is a decent spot to add Chewy? Don't we have earnings coming up? Yeah, earnings 12 days from now, Wednesday, prior to the market opening. Let me know what you think on Chewy for a potential swing into earnings.
Great mention on Duo. This thing is up almost 60%, and it has only one red candle in the regular session here. Man, this thing has just been reverse split into oblivion, hasn't it? So we are above the 50-day SMA. We'll have to see if it closes above it. We have not seen a close above the 50-day SMA since February. But I don't know if this is turning around either, but let's look at some levels here for DUO. Looks like... What's up?
Well, while you're doing that, thank you, Pat, real quick for mentioning IPDN is open. This is now moving higher. Pat, how's Bob Marley Dog, by the way? Been a while. Sorry, 13, didn't mean to cut you off there.
No worries. I mean, that's what we were waiting for, is IPDN.
Yep.
Duo, if this is going to go any higher, it's got to get over 265. There's resistance at 3 and looks like 325. $6 in IPDN now.
Lion mentioning that NVIDIA is taking the market down. I'm looking at the NASDAQ futures here. NASDAQ futures, let me see what the Q chart looks like, but the NASDAQ futures looking like it's starting to put in some reversal candles on the 5. We're starting to get some green bounce candles, and they're showing wicks to the downside. Yep, same thing here on the Qs. Part of me wonders if this is your bounce spot. Jay says, I don't own Chewy anymore. I just the moves in Elan, IDXX, and Wolf. So the group is okay. Gotcha, Jay. Gotcha. Okay. Thanks for clearing that up. Bounce continuing here in NASDAQ. Let's see how NVIDIA is responding to that.
Looks like we're finally getting some pullback here from Duo. It's getting support from the VWAP. That's just next candle here. If we get another upper shadow, that might be the signal that this is going lower. IPDN load is 516. So it's kind of been hitting that area already a couple of times. So load zone already cleared. Looks like it's coming back up some more. Yep. Yeah, doing nothing is okay too, especially if you've already had some pretty good trades and you don't want to take a loss into the weekend. Yeah, sit on your hands.
And the other thing is you're going to have an extra day for market participants to really kind of think about September. I'm sure we're going to have more talk of seasonality down September. You're going to have some people disappointed that their college lost this weekend. So we'll see what the sentiment of the participants is next week. We are bouncing here. We're also bouncing in the SPY. I don't want to get too ahead of myself here, but so far, Duo?
Yeah, crashing now. Sorry to interrupt you, by the way.
No, you're fine. You're totally fine. Let's call out those movers. That's good.
Somebody that was walking it down. Looks like they're all finished. They just got bought up. Now it might try to turn around here, but there is a large seller at the 225 in Duo if we do get a reversal. And SMX still pushing up. It's trying to get above the 65 EMA now. This is a slow mover, but it's climbing. Lots of sellers in the way. 230, 235, 240. Every 5 cents, big seller in the way for SMX.
Now, if it can clear that 240 area, 247 is VWAP. Those would be the two spots I'd be looking at to confirm the reversal in SMX. That bounce in SPY and Qs hasn't been obliterated yet, but we are selling into the bounce. So if this can hold here and the next candle can also be green, I think we might have that initial selling rush out of the way. We'll see. I could easily be wrong on that. Back to its VWAP.
What price is that at now?
577.
Okay. Yeah, it's looking like it wants to turn around and cool off for a bit. IPDN though, are we still looking for some more highs in this tuna? Certainly looks like it wants to push higher.
NUKK looking like it might try to break 450 and go lower. Bounce here in the market still holding. It's not continuing, but it's holding.
Oh, nice, Brian. He was trading BM&R.
I feel bad. I feel like I dropped. I didn't even look at BM&R today. If there was a setup there, I apologize to the group.
No, he was shorted.
Okay. And then you know what? Rejection right up there at the pre-market high. By the way, folks,
IPDN.
BABA calls.
IPDN now pushing through 6.
Look at BABA. Jay, I think you're probably right. I think you're probably right on your call about the BABA AI chip really putting the downward pressure here on the market.
All right, new highs in IPDN. That load zone was crispy. It was it was like just a cent or two away from what he was saying. I think you said like 515. It got down to 516. That's excellent. I did see that, Zach. I did see that Cat warned of tariff hits to their margins. I did see that. That was a great mention.
How's Cat doing today? We also heard Dollar General say something similar. Cat. Okay, so here you go. Cat new lows now.
Yeah, double top. This thing looks like it will come down. Now, if there's going to be support, maybe 400. 400 looks like a support area. You have the 50-day SMA that's going to provide it first up at 411.86. I don't know how long that'll last. To me, this looks like it's going to go lower than the 50, but it may take more than a day or two. Yeah, IPDN was great. Now it looks like it's starting to turn around. 625 is a high. What do you think, Smoke? Do you think we get a little bit weaker at this stage? We are almost at 10:30 when the volume really starts to leave the market. And you might be right about NUKK. It's holding up that 65 EMA. We just need to see volume expansion. There was a seller on the way at 480.
Yeah, I actually thought it might break 450 to the downside, but it held it. It held it so far, and it's trying. To give it credit, it needs more volume, but right now it's trying. No position for me.
Yeah, thank you, Smoke Tuna. That seems like what's happening here. So yeah, let it cool off. When it'll find some footing. You think in the same load zone, like around 515, or are we looking lower? But it does look like it's going to be coming back in a little bit here.
God, Jake had 1,200 BABA calls. That is insane. I'll tell you what. I don't know him personally. I've interviewed him one time. I think he's a really nice guy. I think he's a sharp guy, really good at reading charts. But man, oh man, what a trade. What a great trade.
And SMX, this is finally starting to go here. We might see a new session high. And EQX is making a great move.
And the bounce in the market reversed. We are returning to the lows. I would wonder if the lows of the day get taken out here. If so, another leg down coming.
Good. Let's get some opportunities ready.
Yeah.
Folks.
I'm not about that. I've spent a lot of time raising cash here.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. Folks, this is probably a really good time to get that shopping list ready. I mean, some people are already starting to shop into the more beaten up sectors. Got consumer discretionary, healthcare, and energy that are all the three lowest performing sectors year to date. So we might see a lot of rotation into those if the tech sector really does start to weaken a lot more.
Tesla is trying to bounce 338. Glenn, did it get to your exact price? Because that would be something else.
Thanks, Jonathan Cooper. He's mentioning YDES, an IPO today.
Here, you know what? I know since we've been doing that stock market today, I haven't really covered the morning update as much as I should. I can do that here real quick. See what else we have here for today.
Looks like IPDN is trying to push back over 6 again.
PMI also IPOing here today, priced between 350 and 450.
And there it is again. A little print above 6. This thing is whipping around. Be careful with IPDN. And this thing is just, it's spicy. Yeah, I think I'll be doing that this weekend too, Zach. Absolutely.
Ralph, Baba beat earnings, so it's more than just the chip announcement driving the stock. That's true. I think what we're talking about the chip announcement is the corresponding move down in the tech indice, because there's so much waiting for stocks like NVIDIA and those American chips that now have competition, or at least we think so. You're right on the movement on Baba. I think what we're saying here is that the movement down in the market is likely because of that competitive chip.
There was a lot of attention that was getting paid to that one Chinese chip manufacturer that had a revenue increase of over 4,000%. I don't remember
the one that was kind of small. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that seems like that was kind of the beginning of this, because it happened at the same time that NVIDIA's earnings came out. It was like a headline prior to the NVIDIA earnings, from what I recall. So all this coming out at the same time, it just makes me think that there's a lot of downside coming for the semiconductor sector.
Okay, is that reversal now turning back into a bounce? There's a battle going on in the markets right at this level. This one is going to be key.
IPDN is having a hard time here. I think we may get some more coming in. Still, but they're really placing a lot of sellers at $6. Let's see if it chews them up.
What a move in IPDN here today.
It's hitting it right now, but if we can't get through 6, I think we go lower.
And look at a firm here. Bharat, where are you at? What a trade, Bharat. Hammering that opening candle,
nice.
Getting your money, getting out of here. This thing's 6 points from your sell area.
Man. I'm just watching IPDN to see if we get that seller at 6 taken out. Now they're kind of walking it down a little bit. It'd be great if it pushes through 6 and goes beyond 625, but they are really starting to stack up the asks at $6.
It'll be interesting to see if they smack that ask.
Nice.
NUKK, that is actually trying to now bounce.
SMX, nasty knife. Nasty knife in that one. Looks like Gamehouse is trying to turn around after it went slightly under 2, but this the volume's not great in this one right now, and it still looks like it could push lower. I think it's just there may be some better support coming around the 200 EMA, but it's probably going to be a while. And UKK, I think we are turning around here. Look at this price action.
Yeah, it's trying.
Rakesh just mentioned it as well. It looks like it is trying to come back up here. We'll see what happens if when it gets closer to this 485 seller. There's also some sellers at 490 and 5. So if we can get some volume expansion, we could take those out and see VWAP again. But this is in a bit of a downtrend ever since the open, and I haven't seen anything that's indicating that we're changing that yet. We might be changing that here if we can recapture some of these EMAs, but could be some resistance coming here. IPDN still hanging out, trying. Man, they are really stacking up the sell orders at 6. I've put some downward pressure on the price.
And UKK still trying here. I'm not in this. Not in it. I only hit this once here today. I'm only 1 for 1 on day trades. The move down here put me in wait mode.
No, 5 is the resistance I got for NUKK right now. So if we can't get through that, we don't see my VWAP. What's your VWAP at for NUKK? I've got 514.
Same, exactly the same, 515. Okay. And actually, it's 516 in my broker, so it is the same across the board.
And there's the drop in IPDN coming back down towards that load zone. Now, I don't know if this load zone is going to be where you want to load up this time. I think maybe you want to wait for a little bit of a lower price because it doesn't seem to me like we're going to hold up here. What do you think, Smoke Tune? I think this is coming down a little bit lower. So NVIDIA's putting in, could be a bear pennant here.
We want to see some of these stocks reclaim their VWAP. If we see that, there's perhaps some more upside that we can go after. Otherwise, we're basically in the business of trying to play regressions back to the mean off these pulls. Sean here saying, how about Ondas hanging strong, making a living off that stock? Hey, if you're making a living off it, that's awesome. Ondas actually right at its VWAP. Speaking of through VWAPs, let's take a look at Duo. Right up to the highs. Good mention, 13.
Duo chewing through some of these walls of sellers in the 250s. 259 is the session high. Lots of sellers between there and 262. Let me look at a larger chart, see if I can get an idea of where this goes if we move over that. I would say seems like 325 is possible if we can move over this high of 259. And if volume continues to expand like it is, 325. Wolf putting in new session lows. So that in a bit of a down. Actually, it's kind of sideways ever since the earnings impulse move that brought it up. Seems like you got support right about here, if not a little bit lower at 370 for Wolf. See if that holds up.
Big B's, I've had you in the background. Have you looked at IREN? Yes, we did. We haven't come back to it since it gave up its VWAP. It actually looks like it might be trying to test lower than this 26.5 level that it's at.
You know, this man from Snowy River, that's kind of what I was saying earlier with the ticker. It was going knock, knock, you know? I know. I know what you're talking about.
Reminding you of Three Stooges?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because, you know, when you were a kid back in the 80s, you didn't have a whole lot of programming like you do now. So you watched older stuff. You watch Mr. Belvedere, you watch Small Wonder, you watch Facts of Life, and you watch the Three Stooges sometimes too. And I Love Lucy. Duo hit 262 and then backed off. Now it's going to look for support from VWAP. And if it loses that, then I think we need to move on to something else. Gamehouse trying to turn around here, looking to recapture $2. I think it needs better volume. And IPDN, we are getting some more selling here. Yes, Gilligan's Island. Good call, Ed. That's right.
Firm holding higher here by almost 16%. This at 92.5. CEOs on CNBC right now.
Okay, so NUKK hitting some resistance here. $5 resistance. What do you know?
NUKK, man.
Yep. So let's see if we get a little bit of a backing off. But I think if this trades back up and the next visit to $5, that might be a breakthrough on volume. So let's see if it stacks off.
Joseph, yes, Monday, the market is closed in observance of Labor Day. Benzinga is also closed, so we will not be running a show that day, obviously. So you have a 3-day weekend for market participants here.
Crazy how that works, huh, Zach?
Yeah. So Zach's here saying, it's fascinating that since I've been trading far less and sitting on my hands, I've made more than any other time. Noted. Now you know why I'm not, some of these mornings, I'm not mega active in them, is because I had the same realization when I was getting slapped around. Slowing down allowed me to focus more on some of the swing trading that I was doing, and my performance was better. Now, some of these other recent trades here, they've been very quick scalps because that's the environment that we're in, and that's been accretive too. But the real big moves have been from just kind of being patient. And I think the over trading is one thing that really kind of bogs traders down, especially when they're new. Now we're starting to see some moves through the VWAP. Apple healthily through its VWAP, Ondas through its VWAP. Goldman Sachs looks like it's coming back to its VWAP. Rocket is trying to go for highs after really getting hit. Crypto looks like that selling so far is over for the day. That could always change, but so far. And the VIX has pulled back off the 16 spot, back down to 1535.
Looks like IPDN is trying to get some support from that 9 EMA and turn around, but might run into some resistance around the 540 area. It's just beneath that right now.
Sideshow, one more thing if you're out there. You had mentioned that there was too much cheerleading here on NUKK. One of the things that I would say is that if you don't feel great about a setup, but the chat feels absolutely jazzed about it and you are kind of fighting FOMO, maybe reduce the position size. That way, if it goes against you, you can maybe move, expand your stop so that you don't reach your max pain threshold as soon as you would, and it might make it a little bit easier to trade. Now, with Nook reversing here, if you had added at any of those lower levels, you might actually be working back to green. But that might be one way to kind of combat that so you don't, A, overtrade, or B, get persuaded into something that you didn't feel strongly about initially.
Notice that SOGP went down to its 200 EMA and is trying to turn around and go higher. Still beneath its VWAP, though. Volume isn't great either, but maybe this has some better movement in the afternoon. We are past that 10:30 time now, so volume is going to be a lot lower as we approach the lunch hour. Let's let's not try to force anything. Things will set up later on. I'm sure there'll be plenty of movement in the afternoon, as there usually is. Not from everything, but from a good number of these movers. Yeah, we do need some more volume to get through 5. Yeah. That was a resistance area. You needed more volume. VWAP is at 512.
Yeah, Jay, I agree with you. We've had a huge move from the April lows. You don't want to have too big of a size now that we're at the all-time highs. I'm with you on that. Jay, what are your thoughts on the September seasonality? I know we've talked about it. Maybe you've given your thoughts and I've just simply missed it. That's quite possible. But what are your thoughts on September? Do you think we're going to have any weakness? And I guess if you do think there's weakness, do you suspect that that weakness is buyable? Just curious as to your opinion on that. No wrong answers.
Smoked tuna looks like it's getting some support from $5. IPDN still kind of turning around, but you know what? Maybe we don't get back up to 625 with this move. I could see that being the case because it's got a lot of resistance to chew through now, and we're already past that low volume part. So maybe this does come back in some more. Be careful with this with this move here in IPDN. Maybe it probably might not go up to 6. D-Pro still trying to turn around here.
Boeing calls getting bought here. Boeing also moving above the VWAP. So we are starting to see some moves back above the VWAP in the individual names.
What's that? Ignored. Whose question did I ignore? I'm sorry, Rob Kennedy. I don't know who you're referring to. Whose question did I ignore?
He says 13 question. Yeah, I guess just re-ask it, guys. Sometimes we don't catch all of them.
Yeah,
don't take it personally.
Yeah, this chat scrolls pretty fast. So sorry if I missed your question.
And remember, also for 13 and I, we don't just have the YouTube chat. We have the Twitch and X chat as well. So it actually moves even faster on our end.
Here's NUKK at 5. Going to have to see some volume expansion right here to get through that 5 handle.
Jay, in answer to my question, I'm very light. I don't like September. I think we see rotation into some of I think we see rotation into some of the out of favor names like healthcare, oil, real estate, perhaps very cautious for the most part. That I think is the right move to do. What I heard you say there is that you're cautious. You're not just walking away, right? So if there's opportunities that make sense to you, you're still going to take them. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Move from earlier this morning. This one has been down most of the morning, trying to turn around after getting down to that area where there was said would be support between 95 and 95 cents and $1. Trying to turn around now. Volume's not great at all, but just, keep an eye on it. See if it gets some expansion there. It's trying to get above its 65 EMA right now.
NVIDIA line in the sand for Jay is 172.
And IPDN is still trying to trade back up here, though I'm not gonna take any positions in this because I don't know that this gets back above $6 right now.
Gary's long GH for a swing into October. That's Guardian Health. Okay. Let's see what the daily chart looks like on this. Boy, this thing has been moving. This actually looks like a breakout, doesn't it, Gary? So we took this out too. Next spot here, 79 maybe. Thanks, Gary.
Oh, Brian, did you ask a question to me about seasonality?
Not to you, I don't think.
Okay. He was saying that I ignored the host question, but don't worry about it. It may have just been, some crosswires.
I don't think 13 ever ignores me.
No.
I don't know. I can't. I'm struggling to think of an example where that was the case.
NUKK is still trying to deal with 5. It hasn't been able to, hold above it yet. We did get some prints above it, but it came right back underneath 5.
Yes, Shady Izzy is a X member. Just passing through, also an X member. So if you're in the YouTube chat, you might not see that there. Oscar, this was a Tim Melvin pick. I think if there is rotation into healthcare, this might be a pretty decent name. We're actually off some of the highs there too. So I think this was a Tim Melvin suggestion in the 13 handle, I want to say. Yeah, it wasn't right at those lows. Maybe the 14 handle. Lower than where we are here on OSCR. But I would imagine this would rise with the rest of the group.
Yeah, and UKK slightly above 5, trying to get above VWAP.
Sure is. VWAP, I've got it 515, by the way. 513 here in TradingView.
This volume just makes me nervous. And the reason I say that is because it's moving up very slowly on low volume. And I'm just thinking, well, who's to say that some seller in this is going to come and make this broadsword and take out all these buyers trying to unload this thing. Remember, this has a float of 3.6 million, or is that a different reading?
NUKK
5.3.
5.4, yeah.
So it's a low float. It's really small, and it's just something that I'm keeping in the back of my head. I don't want to take a position in NUKK at the moment. For that.
Yeah, the man from Snowy River here saying tech and crypto are selling off. Rotational behavior. Crypto is a bloodbath today.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can get the team to create a crypto heat map in Pro. That way we can reference it very much like we do the market overview heat map. We can kind of take an at-a-glance picture of what's going on.
Wow. IPDN is still trying to push up to 6, but there is a big seller at 580. They hit that once, the last candle. They got rejected. Maybe this time they pushed through it. And there it is. Jesus. Relentless.
That was IPDN?
Yeah. Relentless. And here comes 6.
Yeah, this was a really good call. Whoever was on IPDN today, there's probably more than one of you. Really good stuff.
I still don't want to touch this thing. I mean, look at the volume that it's had to get back up to here. That's a lot lower than what it was earlier. I think I'd still be careful with this. Maybe that's wrong. I'm just going to miss out. But that's okay too, because I've already had a decent day. And I don't want to force anything going into this weekend. THAR, by the way, that's having a nice move up here to VWAP.
Which one?
THAR.
Oh, THAR. Yeah. That was a good mention earlier. I don't think I've come back to it since then. By the way, looks like there's Celsius Holdings CEO on CNBC right now. He's discussing that Pepsi strategic partnership. He's talking about the PepsiCo stake right now. Celsius holding higher by 6%. Pepsi actually higher by 1%.
Look at that in IPDN. Completely destroyed the highs. 664 now the high.
Tuna is in the driver's seat on IPDN. LOL.
Yeah, do you own all the shares, dude? I'm just kidding. This thing is just wild. But I don't know. Maybe this backs off from here. No position. Congratulations if you're in it. And now we have NUKK trying to push through VWAP. But man, I just can't. I can't bring myself to take the trades right now. At this time on this volume, just doesn't seem like a good idea.
Yeah, now on the NUKK trade, we are back at VWAP here at 515, and to go higher, this does need to take it. But please keep in mind that we have not really had a good push above the VWAP. This initial one that I traded, this was actually a bounce from the VWAP, and it was extremely short-lived. We actually gave it up shortly after. Then we tried to take it out. We peaked above it, but couldn't. Then we came in. Now we're retesting it, and it doesn't look like it wants to move through it yet. I'd be careful here on Nook.
IPDN 686 is now the session high. Maybe you'll get that 8 pretty soon, and then it sells off.
Tara here with really good stuff. Since we're kind of just watching stuff right now would make a great time for y'all to hit that like button and help us out. Exploit the algorithm.
Thar back up to its VWAP. GMHS still trying to curl, but just very low volume. SMX, that did get a pop up towards its VWAP, but it knifed again and printed new session lows. Still trying to recover, but it seems like this isn't going to really give a whole lot of good trades right now at this volume.
Kev, take care of yourself, buddy. Have a great weekend.
Take care, Kevin.
A long weekend. Oh, I got new. I'm going to wash the whip on Sunday. I got new wax for it.
Oh, nice.
And it's wax that you put into a foam cannon and just blast it all over the car and then rinse it off. So I don't have to sit there and wax on, wax off. Right. So really excited to try it. I hope the results are great. Kokemi's Protector Wax.
But how will you learn to fight if you do not wax on, wax off?
That's a lesson I've already learned.
Okay.
Actually, I learned that lesson the hard way. Getting punched in the jaw was what got me wanting to learn that.
Now ONDS recover, and it will be a great day. Let me look at ONDS, see where that's at. Okay, so still coming lower here. I think this does need to come in. It's been, a really, really great run. Let's at least see $5, if not there, 450, 440. Nuke.
There it goes. Nuke right through it and popped. Lion, you are getting your day. Does it hold? Does it hold? And a special hi and shout out to Jake Crandall, who for some reason is saying go Bears. I know he hates the Bears, and Caleb. It might just be Josh and me here. Good to see you here, Jake. Hopefully you're having a good morning, boss. What a move there on that through the VWAP. Not in it. Ooh. Didn't take it. Didn't trust it. But that was a good pop, Lion. You got your volume pop right through the VWAP and UKK. Sweep the legs, Johnny. Oh, man.
We might be seeing a bit of a double bottom happening in the TQQQ. This isn't set up. Well, maybe it is kind of got that set up for the TQQQ trade. It's a dollar away from the VWAP, but we need to see a little bit more. But it is kind of double bottoming, so maybe it won't go a whole lot further down.
God, guys. Hang on, I'll procure the graphic for you. I completely forgot that this was today.
Hey, Gamehouse turning around, trying to go back up to VWAP.
All right, guys, I got bad news for y'all. This might be it. This might be it. This is comes directly from Terminator 3. Skynet begins to learn at a geometric rate, and it becomes self-aware today at 2:14 a.m. Eastern time on August 29th. So if we see missiles launch later today, y'all know what happened. I love all of you. Just going to throw that out there.
Except I think we call it Palantir.
What does it mean when it learns something at a geometric rate? Just out of curiosity. Just throwing that out there.
Well, sounds like I don't know. I was thinking, well, it's geometry, so probably it has something to do with 3 dimensions. I don't know. I'm just kind of I don't know. I don't know the geometric rate. Exponential. Okay.
NUKK still going here.
Yeah, it is. There's a seller at 550. He'll probably get deleted on this momentum.
Anne Marie, Math Geek answering. Anne Marie was a mathlete, not an athlete. I like mathletes.
It means I will start arguing with this now. They're going to use their hallucinations to argue with us. Can't wait.
Sideshow. Oh, that's good stuff.
Oh man, D Pro just getting shellacked.
Jake Crandall. I asked Jake to smash the like, and he says it's smashed like the burgers that I'm going to cook later today. I love that energy. Let's go. Smash burgers for dinner. Let's go, Jake. Let's go.
GNHS coming up to VWAP slowly. I don't know. Did we look at that one yet?
Yeah, we did. Game house.
GMHS, because he said GN. Okay, so yeah, GMHS. Yeah, that's still making its way up there to VWAP. Just shy of it. I have VWAP at 238. So we'll see if we end up getting that.
There was a VIX reaction to the news there. It did actually trade up, dive deep. It did. It moved up as soon as I posted the Arnold Schwarzenegger quote from Terminator 3. That's funny. Jay, with some more good tactical lessons here for you. Pay attention to what names hold the gaps on earnings. For example, look at AMBA, Affirm, and Autodesk versus Ulta, ESTC. Ulta ran into the report.
Yeah. Giving it back now down to the 50.
Yeah.
And what else is happening here?
Did you guys see the clip of the Cracker Barrel co-founder absolutely eviscerate the CEO? He is like this 90-plus-year-old guy. He's like this 90-plus-year-old. I'll bring up Wolf. He's like this 90-plus-year-old guy, and the interviewer asked him, "What do you think of this?" He goes, "That's terrible." And he just absolutely goes on to torture. He's like, "I don't think she understands." He goes, "She comes from Taco Bell, right? What the hell does Taco Bell know about a country store?" I was dying. I was like, this guy, he doesn't give no Fs.
No, that CEO that they have there, the only thing that she seems really good at doing is sterilizing. She's sterilize the logo, sterilize the stores. They've taken all the character
Sterilize the balance sheet by blowing all that money on the rebrand, too.
Somebody needs to sterilize her.
Okay, I didn't want to go that far. Seems a little bit over the line.
Sorry about that.
Maybe it was all a setup. Now we're getting the tinfoil hats out, folks. It's about that time. What time is it? Oh, my God. We only have 5 minutes until Anne-Marie.
And you know what? Cracker Barrel looks like that next week it might have a break over the 50-day SMA. I don't know if oh, hey Voodoo, how you doing?
There he is. There's Voodoo.
Uh-oh. IPDN came down to under 6. Now it's trying to go back above it. Gamehouse still trying to rise here.
Wolf still battling with its VWAP.
But if I was just looking at the Cracker Barrel chart, the daily chart, it does look like it's setting up to try and make a move over the 50.
Peter, looking at Autodesk, or at least just mentioning Autodesk here. So this coming back in a little bit from its earnings report. Let me know if there's a load zone there, Peter, that you're looking to trade. Nook, by the way, NUKK, back to its VWAP.
Back testing a trend line here. If you want to look at the highs from the regular session, at 935 and draw it through the high at 1050. That's a trend line that we just broke out of, backed off, and now we're back testing it and VWAP. Let's see if we can go back up after this back test. IPDN also under 6 still. And it looks like THAR is gearing up to try and make a push over VWAP. So we're getting these low volume illiquid moves here in a lot of these names.
Yeah, I think you might be done for some of the high voluminous moves today, unless there's some new news about an individual name. I actually would not be shocked at all to see traders kind of pack up a little bit in the afternoon here prior to the closing bell and just kind of getting their weekend started a little bit earlier. Joseph, enjoy your long weekend as well. Oh, if you're not in America, you might not have one, but enjoy the 3 days anyway. We'll be back.
Oracle long term, I agree. It may end up just being one of the future magnificent stocks. I don't know what number we're going to end up setting on, but it looks pretty good. This is a pretty good pullback off of 260. Now, if we're going to get some support, we do have a trend line that that's approaching. Like to see it get some support from there. That's going to be down around 220. But I agree. I do like it. Do like it long term. Wolf still looking like that's trying to make a move above VWAP. Duo has seen multiple rejections of the VWAP on its chart. This looks like it's going to go lower. Move still moving, trying to move through the 65 EMA. Gamehouse trying to do the same thing. D Pro, that just put in a new low of the regular session. I don't know that this is the low, that it's the lowest of the session that's going to go, but it does look like it's trying to reverse.
All right, 13. Any closing words for the group here as we move over to Anne Marie?
Fantastic week today, or this week, and a great day today, folks. Happy to be here trading with all y'all, having a great time. Looking forward to doing it again next week. Have a great time with Anne Marie. She's going to provide you with some really interesting and great setups for options. Have a good time. Have a great long Labor Day weekend, and I will see you on Tuesday. Take care, everybody. Goodbye.
Sounds good. Enjoy 13. Good work. As always, 13's departure leaves room for Anne Marie. Let's bring her on. Anne Marie, I'm sorry to let you down. I did not have a dad joke queued up here for today. We just ran out of time too quickly.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Oh, I checked the default settings before I arrived.
That's what we do here. Always try to get 2% better.
You can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Old, you can't possibly be referring to yourself. So who are you referring to? Me? Okay. Anyway, we talked on Tuesday about potentially looking at NVIDIA for a post-earnings trade. Maybe we don't have it, but can we start there and see what we're taking a look at?
Would love to. Let's take a peek. And as we pop up the charts, I just reloaded them. So let's maximize the old cell here. See what we've got going on. And we'll use NVIDIA. All right. So are we interested in a SPY trade?
Yeah, definitely.
Today?
Yeah, I think we definitely are.
Okay. So we'll do that right after we talk about these guys.
Okay.
So what's actually happened here? We had the earnings event, and that earnings candle is really right about the high of that spike is still the high. And now we are underneath the candlestick and breaking below. My suspicion is that we go into the next higher volume candles. And so let's take a look at the 4-hour and look at my handy dandy ChatGPT indicator.
I'm still really impressed that you did that, by the way. Just as kind of an aside here, that's really impressive.
So I thank you very much. I thank you so much. So the line in the sand here is this 176, right? And we are now below it. And if we look at the next candle that's got that kind of volume, it's going to be this candlestick from August the 20th, and we're inside of the body of it. So there's a very likely potential that we head down into that 165, 163 zone. Now, the low wick of the candle body for the earnings event is going to see some reflexive buying, but it shouldn't be that much. So if we go to NVIDIA and we say, all right, let's have a peek at what downside pressure might look like. We already have this one in Benzinga Pro. This
would I be able to trouble you to make it bigger?
Yes, of course. But of course. Kaboom! How's that?
That looks perfect. I can read everything now.
All right. So this one from 170 to 160 to 150 gives us a pretty nice trade. It's a $1.48 for $800 to the upside, more than, right? We can do that. We could also do, all right, I think it's going to go, we could start it at the 170 and do a 1x3x2 to 155. So we have no risk. 1x3, Sally. 1x3. And then here is our 155.
Okay.
That's only 23 cents we get off of that. And so I know, 23 cents is almost 20% cheaper in that space. But that 1x3x2 still gives us no risk other than the trade itself. So it's $123 of risk for the September space. Nothing really looking cheap here because the vol is pretty spiked. Now, if you want to look at where the majority of traders are setting up in this space, looks like the 160 is really that put wall, which is why it is I'm using it as the middle strike.
Okay.
If you want to be, hey, lady, I don't need all these wings. How about if I just buy it straight out? You could buy it at 155. It might be worth the headache if you go, I don't want to do a butterfly. That scares me, or whatever. You can do this. But I do urge you as a trader, if you trade options, allow the levers to give you a shot. And you could go literally in just a spread and go 160 to 155. And now it's 55 cents. And that gives you, almost a 10x if it actually goes into 155. So a couple of choices there. I don't really see a bounce zone floating around for these guys in the near term. It looks like a little bit of a slow leak or potentially sideways patches sitting inside of the formation here.
And does the September seasonality also factor into this? I noticed those are all puts there.
Yeah, so here's something interesting. And this is the flip side. I don't know if it's me, but I have never heard as much about seasonality across broad media in all of my life. And so in my mind, it seems like everybody's piling to the other side of the boat.
I asked Mark Petrino about that because I'm worried about that, Anne-Marie. We all know that the market likes to punish as many people as possible. Yep. And if everybody's on the side that September is going to be weak, would you really be surprised to see the S&P 500 trade up by 1.6%? I wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. And so if, per happenstance, you are the type of person that goes, I'm not going to go with the herd. What's legitimate for this chart to do is potentially retest its highs, but I think maybe 180 might be the top of that range. So you could say, you could take the same trade on the other side which would be a little bit more expensive, into September, and say, I'll take the 172 to 182 to 192. But if you're thinking the long side, it's better to give this one time, because we know seasonality in October is incredibly positive. And so we could easily choose 175 to 185 to 195. It's $1.73, still $1,000 on the upside space. If you're just buying the 175 calls, that's $930. So that's expensive. If you're just buying the spread, 175 to 185, you're still looking at about, $4. So my thought is we go with what trend tells us, and the trend tells us, hey, we are ranging. Look at the sideways formations of the moving average. We drop from the top to the bottom. The traders try to bounce in again, and then we've got to move. So you might get yourself 200-300% with that butterfly if it fades and then, turns around and moves up. But I honestly think that everybody is piling on the wrong side of the boat.
Interesting. Really interesting. I'm kind of curious to see how this shakes out. I'll be honest. I can't wait. Now, did you say that you had a trade on SPY?
Yes. Well, I took mine off today already, but here's one that we can stare down. We've got about $2 volatility on either side, and we are sitting at the bottom of the overall range today. So if we're taking a look at the SPY, today is the 29th, and so we would look at, where are we? This one's not giving us a ton. 46, 47. This one's about 50-50. Here's what I did yesterday. I expected a big spike in the morning and then a fade. And so if you're thinking to yourself, hey, what if this thing totally recovers? You could set that 148, 149 out, right? It's given us 26 cents, but try and see if you can get it for 60 cents. And what that does, I literally got my iron condor yesterday at the peak edge. I got it for 70 cents because I just let it run all the way up and said, all right, now I'm going to sell it. And then I was able to peel off some more. So my thought is, yeah, absolutely. Now, if you do think it's going to bounce, that gives us even more. We could do the 164. We could do the 64, 63. That gives us 36. But again, if it's going to spike and then settle in, easily you could try and sell it for 60. It actually might not fill until 2:30 this afternoon. And then end of the month comes in. Everybody's thinking XYZ into seasonality. And then it collapses right back into the key support zone, which is right there at that 144 area.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Next on the list, because I have this idea of maybe a lot of people are piling into this boat, it might be a good idea to be a little bit defensive in that perspective. You could choose both sides. You could choose one side. But, we could certainly look at Tesla, which feels a little bit sideways to me.
Yeah, it sure does.
Yeah, and that might make a pretty nice event in terms of support and resistance. Right now, it's at the very top of support. So 350 on the top end, 320 on the bottom end. You know, I like the iron condor there. Wow, it's a bit.
Yeah, we look at Tesla a lot. I'm unsurprised to see a bunch of old trades in there.
Yeah. So we could take a peek and see for, for volatility. We stare this one down because it's got so much volatility sitting in it that the premiums end up being very, very nice. So if we do the 315, 305, and then 3, where are they piling in here? 350 to 360, you almost get half the credit.
Ooh.
So pretty nice. It's a lot easier to triage something like that if you end up getting that much of a credit, right? You can almost butterfly it and end up in really great space, but I don't want to, take you down that rabbit trail. But that is a really nice iron condor to go with. Tesla options always hard to trade. Why do you think, Lion Atlas?
My thought on that, I'm not sure what he's referring to. I mean, these actually look pretty good. They're basically spread 10 cents, which is fantastic for trading purposes. My thing with Tesla options is that they move quickly, which is why I like the multi-leg trades that you have that kind of reduce the risk. That does, in my opinion, make it much easier to trade.
Absolutely.
But we'll wait and see if Lion gives us some input there. Tesla, one day it's high, the other day it's going down. That's what I mean about the volatility.
Yeah, and that's really what you want to bet. You don't want to position directionally. You want to be delta neutral in that space. And this option is giving us almost half the spread. The delta is 3. And so remember, the delta is the probability that this ends up in the money. And what we want it to be is out of the money. So we literally are sitting on the side of 96% probability that based on the numbers, this thing will expire worthless. So Jay Rice said win.
Yep. The call fly on win was a lot better than the put fly.
Well, and one is always going to be better than the other. Simply if we're looking for motion. What do we think about? You know what? My husband's in Las Vegas right now for a jiu-jitsu championship with one of the kids.
That's amazing.
He said that food was incredibly expensive. Like,
he's not alone.
Oh my goodness sakes. Of course, he's staying at the Conrad. So, I mean, but $36 for a bowl of fruit. Come on.
Yeah, that's absurd. It's funny too. Zoltan from our news desk team was saying that I think he went out with one of his family members and it was like $40 drinks.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. Obviously people are coming to the strip to spend money and everybody else is spending outside not on the strip, but he was shocked, shell shocked. So, they're figuring out a way to use that space to drive premium that's not associated with gambling. This looks a little bit toppy to me.
Kind of does to me too. And I like Win too. Remember, Win's got a ton of Macau exposure, so it's going to get movement based on the China numbers as well.
Yeah, that might not be. This also might not be a bad iron condor. Unfortunately, all I'm seeing is iron. All I'm seeing is iron condors, really, in terms of what to look for. Now, cat, I don't know if the move's over in cat, but they downgraded and they're down about 4%, but coming into the bottom of the box. So this one might not be a bad short put spread down here at 400 if we went to October.
Yeah, Keith's asking me, where do I think Cat will go today? I mean, I can't really tell
Let
you
me
that. It's down
see.
4% already. I do agree with Anne Marie here. To my eye, especially from looking at the daily chart, it sure looks like a pullback to 400 is probably in the cards here. We'll see how she sets up the trade here. But
Yeah.
my guess would be a pullback down to 400 first.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll do that today, though, with us already being down 4%.
Yeah, exactly. I feel the same. We've got this nice pocket of just tons of inventory accumulation all here, and we're testing that edge. So, to me, that looks like a pretty good trade. And the selling volume, not over the moon, right? It's not tragic in the last, even this earnings event is not showing, the continuation of the earnings event is not showing a breakdown because it's still holding the low of the earnings, unlike NVIDIA, who has already broken the low of its earnings candle. And so I think that that's pretty fair. If you are thinking, hey, maybe they won't bounce back to the top, again, not to be a broken record, but I really think the Iron Condor has promise. It really, really does. And look at this. The delta, less than 1%, and you're still getting almost half the spread. So these prices are, the vol is really positioning. I believe we got ourselves a two-way current, and that's, I think if we have any big sweeps, the shorts are going to hit the fire escape.
Yeah,
They
I think you're
absolutely
right
are.
on that. I think you're right on that, and that can build on itself. Really
Yes.
quickly here, I just wanted to add real fast, Anne Marie. We were just talking about Wynn, and the point about food and drink being very expensive in Vegas is a real one, and it's not one to take lightly. But I do want to bring something else up here because we have been hearing a lot in the news. You can call it that. We've been hearing a lot that tourism is down to the United States. People don't want to come here anymore. They often cite President Trump. And unfortunately, the data just does not support that assertion.
Exactly.
I found this yesterday. United States hit a new record in 2025 for travel exports. In the first 6 months, in billions of dollars, new record set in the United States, 126.9 billion. So just kind of going back to that Wynn trade, if you're thinking about perhaps U.S. tourism and stuff like that, just ignore some of the talking heads out there. Focus on the data. The data tells you that we set a new record here in the first 6 months. We'll see if that happens in the second. But I just wanted to add a little bit of context to that to Wynn in case anyone was interested.
Yeah. And, I like that response that you've got there, because we really have got to realize that just about everything we hear in terms of news is really propaganda.
Yep.
We get propaganda from everywhere. We get it from the right, we get it from the left, we get it from the center. It's everywhere. So looking at the data is really going to give you what you need.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to share those numbers too. So
yeah, I appreciate that. I do. I appreciate that.
They're not old, Lion. That literally happened this year in the first 6 months. It's not old. Anyway, we've got 9 more minutes here. Do we have another one? Do we have any suggestions from the chat?
Yeah, I would love the chat.
Let us know, chat. What stock would you like to have Anne Marie set up a fancy option trade on? Let me see if there were any that were given earlier. I don't know if Open is really, that's one of more of the meme stocks. I don't know if that's really going to work here.
Let's see. Let's just give it a look. See what the chains look like. Oh,
Oxy. Oxy was,
I've owned that one for so long.
Oracle would be another suggestion. Chipotle, Autodesk. We got plenty now.
Yeah. So Occidental's a good one, right? And, we were talking about it, actually. We were talking about UNH and Warren never going wrong. And Warren's had Oxy for a long time.
Indeed.
Down and down it goes. And so if we're staring this one down hard, right, and we're looking at Occidental, it could be sitting in a space that's going to give it a reflexive bounce, but this higher low, not a bad plan. The question is, do you want Oxy for a trade, or do you want Oxy for something to hang on to? And so if it were me, because I do have Oxy that I'm holding on to, I am going to do something like go off way in the distance and sell. I'm going to sell a put spread. I'm going to sell a put to see if I can acquire it at some decent price, and that I'm going to push it off really far so I can get some premium, right? So I might sell the 37.50. It's $10 away for 225. I get it at $35. If you're looking at it for a trade, one more thing you could do if you're looking at it in terms of acquiring it for a long period of time, you could also say, hey, I'm gonna buy a deep in the money call, right? And so you could buy the 30s for December. It's only $39, so it's less than $2 it's $19, so the cost would be $49, which is less than $2 of premium that you're paying in this spread. And if it moves up, it's going to be, grand. But other than that, I don't know about a quick trade. If you're staring down Oxy and saying, hey, what's it going to do today? I think it's probably landlocked like the rest of the market. It's trying to hold support. If it fails here, you could take it short below $47.50, but you don't have any options that expire today. So if you're buying, if you're going there is this one that expires today, this weekly, for nothing, but that is literally just by like playing craps in the alleyway.
Never played craps in the alleyway. Might stay away from that one, to be honest. Maybe a makeshift Baccarat game or something, but I'll probably stay away from craps.
Yeah, anything with rolling die, that would be hard to. Of course, I do hear there are people that know how to roll die to make it come up certain ways.
Yeah, the problem with that is that the first step is getting a die that they call the term is loaded, so that it's weighted differently, and then then it's all in the wrist. But aside from using,
yes, and by wrist he means the handcuffs that they put on you once they confiscate that. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. All right. Do you want to do another one here? I think we got enough time. We got 4 minutes. We'll have to do it really quickly. Why don't we do Oracle? Why don't we do Oracle?
All right. Let's do Oracle. Whoa. Okay. Coming right into support. Traders are going to try and buy this bounce here. Lot of volume accumulating here. Right here in this body. So, and it makes sense that the big fat round number could give you a shot at holding the floor. If you say to yourself, listen, I want to trade Oracle and I want to have some of it and a swing trade, you'd be looking at the 200, right? To get yourself a shot at moving back up into 225 for about a 10% move. But this zone here, traders have got to defend this area at 225. If they don't, it's probably down to 200. So the question is, do you want to take a gamble that you fall into the volatility events that come in September potentially and give us, you could buy that You could buy the 210 200 spread. You could buy the 210 200 butterfly, 210 200 190. That's less than half the price.
Yep.
And, you know, if you're thinking it heads down to 200 and it actually just gets around 210, you're still, if it does it before, you know, September the 10th, you're still probably going to have about $3 in that premium event.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, there you go, Yassine. Let me know if you, Yassine, I can't remember if you were bullish or bearish on Oracle the last time that we talked about it. You'll have to remind me, but let me know. There you go. 2 different options for Oracle to the downside here.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you got going on for this nice long stretch of holiday?
Oh, man, I'll tell you what. I am going to do my errands early in the morning tomorrow. And then I explained this earlier. I am going to watch a lot of college football tomorrow. It starts at 11 a.m. Central Time, and it is going to be great all the way through the day. I explained it this way. You're a mathlete. You might appreciate this. It's going to be very much like observing an atom. Depending on when you observe me, I'm going to be like the electron. I'm going to be somewhere between the bathroom, the refrigerator, and the couch, depending on when the observation takes place. And so I'm going to be having a good day tomorrow. I'm going to get my steps early. I'm going to get my grocery shopping done, and then I'm going to pack it up. Sunday, I'm going to wash the car, and Monday, I'm going to play golf. And I'm going to come back Tuesday absolutely ready to attack this. I don't know what to expect. Maybe we do see, you know, some inflows early in the morning on Tuesday, September 2nd.
Yep.
But I'm kind of wondering if we see like an intraday reversal. So I'm going to be rested. I'm going to be happy, and I'm going to be ready to go.
That sounds awesome.
That
sounds absolutely fabulous.
Anne-Marie, really good stuff here from you. We're going to check in with you next week. So we're just going to follow up and see what you see next week. Should be fun. So thanks again for everything. Have a great rest of your weekend. Okay.
You too.
All right. That is Anne-Marie Band, folks. Anne-Marie's departure leaves room for Sandra. Let's bring her on. Sandra, how you doing today?
Good. Good morning. Good morning.
What do you got coming up for us today?
Today, we're going to look at option flow and just really talk about some tickers that are moving right now.
Okay, perfect. Trading Made Simple with Sandy starts right now.
Have a great week.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fit-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Good morning. Good morning. Hope everyone's having a good day. Nice long weekend ahead of us. Looking at SPX right now, and SPX looks like we hit some resistance yesterday and woke up this morning with a little bit of a gap down. You can see that gap right here. That gap actually looking as if, let me see if I can get rid of that little thing right there and then come back. Sorry about that, guys. So really looking to see if we get a little pop. I think that most of the week really has had this pattern where we're really going absolutely nowhere. And then all of a sudden we kind of rise, and you can kind of see it here on a 15-minute chart where we're just going sideways, and all of a sudden we just start to crank up. Looks like we may have hit a resistance here. As you can see, we have a Darvis consolidation band that's been here for a couple weeks, right? Just kind of trading within this range. We actually popped it on yesterday, and today we're kind of breaking down below it. So typically speaking, when we pop up the consolidation band, it really means that there's some momentum and flow there. And then we tend to go a little higher, but you can see that our increments have been kind of small. And so as we have been trading in this range, hit that high yesterday. Where is that? 65.08. And now you can see that we're down about 48 points today. So momentum actually still positive, but kind of heading on the heading towards the zero line. If we break below that zero line, then we could possibly see a trend change. Don't know if that's in the cards. Don't know if this is going to be a buy the dip. We'll have to see on Tuesday. You can see that we talk about the over, high, and low. Let's talk about that real quick as a range. So you can see on SPX, the overnight range, and with the low, the mid and high is. So typically speaking, whatever happens overnight, right? The high and the low overnight tend to be a really good range to follow in the morning, because when the market opens, if we break above the pre-market highs, then we're actually trending bullish. If we break below the pre-market lows, then we are trending bearish. If we stay within that range all day, then it's an inside day. It's a range day. And so this is a real easy way for you to keep track of what the market's doing, as well as to see if we're going to have a trending day. So right now we're having a bearish trending day. We broke below the pre-market low. And you can see that we have a little recovery here on a 1 hour. But if we take it to a 15, let's see here. You can see that we broke down, consolidated, and we'll have to see if we retest it, break down, or if we start to pop back up above that 20, right? Are we going to get anywhere near this gap, right? We gap down today, and typically speaking, we do end up oftentimes flirting with filling a gap. It looks really weak today, guys, but we'll have to see a little bit later if we get a little pump. We've been consolidating for quite a while here. It looks like since 10:05, I'm Pacific Standard Time. And funny story this morning, I woke up late and I was in a panic. I'm sure you traders out there know exactly what I'm talking about. And that's one of the reasons why I learned how to automate my trades, basically using the platform of Thinkorswim. And it's really nice to be able to actually sleep in and not worry about your trades when they're automated. You have your stop loss, you have your profit taking already set. You can set it and forget it. So today it kind of reminded me of that as I woke up in a panic, like, oh no, like what's going on? And it's like, well, it doesn't matter what's going on. I have everything set, so I'm going to be okay. If you want to learn how to automate your trades, you can come visit us over at tradingmadesimple.org. Outside of that, let's take a look at QQQ. QQQ looking exactly the same as SPX, right? Gap down, as you can see the gap. Then we're consolidating, and we're consolidating within these bands. Could you look at a consolidation band? And I'm sure you probably have something on your chart. If you don't, reach out to me at Sandra@tradingmadesimple.org. We'll get you this indicator, but it's really nice on any time frame to see where the consolidation is. Why can that help you? Well, the market tends to trend 30, 40% of the time, but it actually is in consolidation the rest of the time. So if you're a trader just sitting in front of your computer all day, waiting for something to happen, some trend to happen, right? This could really help you because it can identify those consolidation areas. You could set up an automated trade, hint, hint, and then you could go about your day. And how would you do that? Well, as an example on the Qs, you would just look over at the consolidation band and say, okay, 570.92. Can you guys see this gray band as I hover over the consolidation area? 570.92 thereabouts. You can make it 570.95 just to have a little bit more padding to the upside, right? Because we're wanting some momentum. Oftentimes when the market just goes sideways and is real slow, doesn't have a lot of volume, doesn't have a lot of momentum or juice, it'll tag you and then it'll come right back down, kind of like what we did here and what we did here. So that is the reason where, as an automator, I really like to pad my trades so that we can see the actual break of this level. So as I look at 570.93 as an example, I'm going to say, hey, look, let's do 571. At 571, I want to take a long call. How would we go about that, guys? Let's just go do it as an exercise. We said 571 on the Qs. Let's show you how to do that right now. So as we're on the trade tab, let's take September 2nd. And I've been doing a lot of butterflies for these consolidation areas, but let's take a look at just taking a long call when price gets above that 571. Now, I was looking at price, right, on a 5 minute. So technically speaking, that would be a short little day trade. If I wanted to do this on an hourly, which is really nice, right, I could then take a look here, and you can see that our previous consolidation was right about here when we broke through that. If we get back into this previous consolidation area, we could then use this as a range again, right? And you'll notice that, that's actually very close to our inside range of today. So you can even use, and this is really good to know, because a lot of people really think that, all of these indicators, it needs to be a finite line of support and resistance. And really, support and resistance is not a finite line, because it's really a zone, and price action is dynamic and tends to move. It's a marketplace. And so what ends up happening is, people will get out right at where that line's at. And really, it may go a couple cents and then pop right back up. And so you really want to take consideration that when you are thinking about your support and resistance, that you recognize that it's a zone. So as I look at, as an example, our pre-market low today, and I see that it's at 571.16, on a 5 minute chart, that 571 looked pretty good. But now that I look and see that, hey, on an hourly, that's our pre-market low, I may want to say 171.50, right, for a call. 571.50. Can somebody remember that so that I could get over here and program it? So let's do it. So we could just take an at the money. You can either take an at the money, or you can take where your target price is going to be. So as you could see, for at the money, we're going to just right click it anywhere and say buy custom. And when we do a buy custom with a bracket, what that really means is it's going to give you your buy order, and then it's going to give you 2 sell orders. Now, those 2 sell orders, one is for your profit taking, and the other is for your stop loss. So you always should have your risk in place, right? Always risk number one. Conserve capital. So the first thing we want to do is program that order to say, hey, like Sandy said, if it hits above that 571.50, I want to go for a long call, because every afternoon we seem to be popping up a little bit. Now, granted, we're down today on the Qs 1.2%. The rest of the week, we've just been going sideways, really haven't gapped down. So we do have a bearish trending day. Doesn't mean we're not going to do a reversion to the mean trade, right? And that's what this kind of is. So right over here, you're going to see some shaded boxes. So these shaded boxes, when you hover your mouse over, you would never know that they were there unless you did that. So as you kind of hover over the shaded box, you're just going to click on it. When you click on it, it automatically puts in the ticker that you were looking at on your trade tab. When you click method, it defaults to mark, and we're going to leave it at mark. When we go to trigger, this is the first one is below or equal to. The second one is above or equal to. If you ever get lost on the trigger, which I know I did as well, you're just going to go down here and you can actually see it in action. So if I say, hey, I want to go above, and you can see automatically it says greater or equal to, now you could go ahead and stick your stock price in here. So we're going to say 571.50, like we talked about. And this is because we've been in consolidation for most of the morning. So now that I have my condition set, whenever we go to the order rules form, we really want to make sure that we're doing the bottom half of the order form. That's the most important for us as we dive into our programming. Okay. Now, because we're using a stock price to trigger our entry into this trade, we're not using an option price. If you leave the top half now like this, you're just going to get basically an error message. It'll probably let you go ahead and send the trade through. But unfortunately, as soon as 571.50 hits, the whole thing will shut itself down. So you want to make sure that here we're going to say, okay, if we're going to get into a trade when this triggers at 571.50, what is the option price going to be? Because we don't really know, right, at this point. Right now, the option price is 232 right now at 570.30, but we don't know what it's going to be at 571 when it turns 571.50. But we're going to just be like aggressive buyers. You can put this at mark, and let me tell you what the difference is in between this entire drop-down menu. I'm going to just show you the important ones. If you do mark, this basically means in between the bid and the ask at the time. Now, typically speaking, more often than not, you'll get filled. The only problem is there's no guarantee on it, right? We all know that a market order is a guaranteed order, but mark is not. Now, if you put this at by the ask, that just means that you're a buyer on the aggressive side. And when you're dealing with a very liquid ETF like QQQ, you know that there's a very narrow spread, maybe 1 cent, maybe nothing. And we'll show you what it is in just a second here. So let's say that this is a day trade. If this doesn't happen today, I want this trade to evaporate. If I wanted this to continue also until Monday, I would hit good till cancel, right? So we're going to leave this on as a day trade to see if this actually triggers. And what do I want it to trigger? Well, I want it to trigger Qs above or equal to 571.50 for me to get into a long call. And that's how simple that is. And now we save it. So now that that's saved, we're going to now concentrate on our take profit and our stop loss. So let's get to it. The first one we're going to do is our take profit. So as we look at our take profit, we're like, okay, do you have something in mind? 25% as an example is really easy template to just type, just remember a 25% profit, a 25% stop loss, and the trade is done. I created a template which you can do so that you can use it over and over and over again, so that it's real easy to pop up your trades like this and go about your day. So the thing is though, as you take a look at the chart, if you want to do more analysis, if you want to look at ATR, etc., or you could just stick it in and say, hey, I just want to do a percentage. If that's the deal, what you're going to do is you're going to come over where it says man for Manuel, and you're going to go over here and say trigger, right? So you're triggering what? So first you have the plus and the minus, and it has $1 here. So this is considered the dollar price, right? This is if you wanted to place a price for the stock and say, okay, when our order gets to $1 as an example of profit, get me out. But I'm going to do an easier one here, which is just a percentage. And now here you could go ahead and either change it by using these toggles, and you'll see these switches are really, really small, but you can toggle up and down, or you could just type it in. So let's just go for an easy 20%. And then here we're going to do a stop loss. Again, you're going to hit trigger. And by the way, these can be different. They don't need to be the same. So you could use $1 as an example, or you could say, you know what, let me do a different one on this one. Instead of a percentage, how about if I use the money wise and say, you know what, if this turns around, not in $1, okay, but if this turns around in, let's say, 25 cents, then I want to exit this trade. Okay. So if this thing has some momentum this afternoon and takes me through that consolidation area of 571.50, keep the trade going. Or if it makes a U-turn, if it gets me in and makes a U-turn and goes down 25 cents, I'm just out of the trade. And then now we're limiting our risk. We're making it really, really small. Now, here's where you put your contract size on. You can put, you could use this drop-down menu as an example. You can use 10 contracts. If you use 10 contracts for that buy order, then you got to make sure that your sell orders match, right? Or your programming's not right. So we'll just keep it at 1 because this is just an example trade. And then now we have basically, hey, get me into this trade, get me out of this trade at 20% profit. And then I want to stop if it drops down 25 cents. These are all on day. And now we have basically a call order. And you can see that on our order form. It basically, you always want to read this form, by the way, if you guys are an automator, because it really tells you what you just programmed in. So here's the Qs at or above 571.50. You're saying, hey, buy a call when that happens. And then sell those Qs when you hit a 20% profit or a minus 25 cent, right? It says 0.25, not $25, 0.25 cent to get me out. I could be wrong on this. I'm risking just a little bit. Maybe I just want to do a day trade on here, etc. So this is how you would typically do this. And this is for a Monday expiration. So we have some time. I'm in the wrong account. Let's see if I return to the order. go to my correct one, submit it now. And this is going to go through. It's waiting in the wings. So now this is basically waiting, right? It's waiting for, let's go over here. It's waiting for, if you go into the working orders, you can see the queues are waiting. And what's it waiting for? Well, you can, if you click on the gear icon, you can see that it's waiting for the programming. It's waiting for 571.50 to actually happen. Once it does, then these two orders will be waiting. What are they waiting for? They're waiting for either my profit or loss to happen. And whenever one gets triggered, the profit one or the loss one, then the other one will just evaporate in the system so you don't have to worry about it. So this is a really clean way that you can get yourself into an automated order and do it relatively quickly and kind of create a game plan when you're actually looking at the chart. How many times, and by the way, when we look at the chart, you can see our orders right here. How many times have you looked at a chart, you're doing all of your analysis, and you do absolutely nothing about it? This really allows you to use your time more efficiently, right? You're doing the analysis, you're saying, hey, this is the pre-market low. An hourly is a great time frame to use. If we break above that pre-market low, we may end up going to the mid, right? Or maybe the opening price. So with that in mind, I want to maybe see if we have this is a reversion to the mean trade, isn't it? Now, if I wanted to do a continuation of a put trade, how would I do that? Well, you could look at your chart as an example I always like a 1 hour 15. If it was a little day trade, you could do that. But as we look at a 15, you could see that we have a nice consolidation band right here at 568.96. You could see that we came down and we just kind of been hovering at that price. Haven't really broken it, right? So if I look at 568.96 and I wanted to pad that just a little bit, right? I could say, okay, well, at 568.80 as an example, I can do a put trade. And you're going to enter that trade just like we did. In fact, let's just do it right now, guys. So what did I say? This is going to be a 568.80. 568.80, we're going for a put. Let's go over to the trade tab. We could take the 568 right here. Okay, this contract. We're just going to buy it, right click it, do the buy custom on this with an OCO bracket. That pops up. By the way, you guys could make templates on here, make it real simple for you. And so now as I go into my gear icon, which is for programming, we're going to focus on the bottom. And we're going to do this like really quick now, right? So this one is less than or equal to, and this is a put trade. So we're looking at 568.80, I believe it was. I'll save it and then take a look. And remember, we're buying options, so we want to be aggressive about it. You could go ahead and use the mark, but if it doesn't fill, don't get upset. It's just because it's not a guarantee entry. Ask is a higher level of a guarantee that you'll be entered. And then market is, that's one on the list, right? Ask is the second on the list and mark is the third on the list. How aggressive do you want to be to get into this trade? The thinner the spread, right? The higher up on the chain you can go without much ramification, right? So the wider the spread, standby to standby, if you're going to be doing like a mark order, an ask order, you're going to be paying a lot for, or a market order, you're going to be paying a lot for. That's why we just kind of in our group, we don't, anything that's illiquid that has wide spreads, we just don't trade. It's just not worth it for us. Not even for automators, right? Or even as a manual trader, I never traded widespread tickers. So now that we have buy the ask, this is for the day. 568.80. You can see our programming here. And by the way, do you see how it says 00? This is great training right here. Just put your cursor in the box and tab out of it. And once you tab out of it, now you got your programming set, right? Because that's what you're doing, is you're just becoming a programmer. The nice thing is you don't have to buy a third-party software. It's right here in your platform. So we have, and you see how I have less than or equal to 568.80. Great. I just want to take a look at the chart really quick to make sure that that was a price. Yes, it was. Is that right? 568. Yes, it was. Okay. So back to the trade tab. And now we're going to do our profit and loss. Now on this one's interesting. You know what I'd like to do on this one? I'm going to show you, I'm going to get rid of one of these orders. I'm going to say delete this order. And I'm going to pop right back up here. And for this one now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a trigger and I'm going to put a trail stop. And then I'm going to describe what this is. So on this trail stop, I'm going to put a negative. Let's do it by percentage. And we'll do negative 25%. By the way, 25% I've noticed these days in automation for volatility has been working pretty decently. We're creating a backtesting system where we can actually analyze, right? With different variables. Is it better when the VIX is at this level, or there's a lot of market events like, FOMC and all these events that or in reports that we have during the week? How many of those are we going to consider before we kind of change our variable as a stop loss? So all of this, really kind of matters, but you can only do it based on your personal experience, right? Of your own trading as you kind of document and keep track of your trading. So right now for automation, we're using 25% for swing trades. So, and that seems to be handling some of the volatility. So we have to keep that in mind. So as I look, and by the way, you have to be able to handle 25% stop loss, right? If not, then you're going to shorten this thing up. And then you're going to notice whether that's working out for you or not. So right now we're going to use a 25%, but we're going to do it as a trail stop. And I wanted to explain this. So a trail stop is really great for if you want to get into a trade and you want to follow the profits up. Your trade is working, let's say. And as your trade's working, your stop loss is right underneath it. And as your trade is working and goes up like this, your stop loss is following it. Now, if we just set a 25% stop loss at the time of entry, then as you're making profits, your stop loss is still down here, right? It starts here, but then as this is going up, it stays down here. And so what ends up happening is a lot of people will look at their account and go, oh my God, my trade's doing really great. And next thing they know, it went all the way down and hit their stop loss. And they're like, oh, I should have took profits. So if you're one of those people that often say, oh, I should have took profits, well, then this is a great way that you can do that. And then also keep in mind your risk, right? So as the price is moving up, if you have that 25% stop loss, it's just going to move up with you. It actually trails your position. And this is really good too, by the way, for stop hunting. I don't know if you've heard about stop hunting, but that's where the institutions kind of see where a whole bunch of orders are at to create liquidity. They'll go and tag those orders. They'll make price because they have so much money. They can drive price down as an example, or drive price up as an example, take out all those orders to create liquidity. And so if you've heard about this manipulation in the market, it's true. However, a trail stop, they cannot see your standing stop loss order, which is really cool because it's dynamic, isn't it? And so this is one of the ways, if you feel like you've been manipulated and you keep getting your stop hit when you create it, then what you could do is use a trail stop because it's dynamic and it's following price. It can't be seen. And so this is really kind of a cool thing too, as well, if you're worried about those types of things. So here now we have a trail stop. We have our put now set for the downside. So let's take a look at the order confirmation form just to make sure we got it right. At or below 568.80. That's when we're going to get into this put. And we're going to sell that QQQ put when it hits a 25% trail stop. And now we're going to go ahead and submit that. That one is going to be waiting in the wings. So now what did we just do here? We did a little bit of analysis on some consolidation, because that's where price is right now, is consolidation. And instead of watching your screen all day long, waiting for a reversion to the mean trade or waiting for the breakout, you can now just automate your trades, set it and forget it. If you're interested in learning more, we created a masterclass and a system that you can actually follow step by step. And it's not very long. I'm not going to drown you with 2,500 hours of training. It's relatively, you could get this done in a day and start automating your trades this weekend. That's how awesome it is. We give a 30-day money-back guarantee. We also give weekly training sessions, 1 hour. In fact, our last session was an hour and a half long. Every Wednesday at 12 noon, we jump right in and start answering questions. We go over little lessons in trading. And so it really is a great community. I hope you'll check it out, tradingmadesimple.org /autopilot. All right, we got a couple more minutes. Let's take a look. I'm glad we got into a big automation um, lesson today. I was actually going to look at what was moving today. Let's get over to Discord and see what we have there. So I was looking at top flow. Guys, if you don't use any type of option flow, it really is nice to be able to see, kind of the whale conviction, where is gamma injects. That's the market makers identifying where support and resistance is based on the money that they're taking in, kind of like the bookie theory here. And so these types of tools really help a retail trader today. I don't know if you're using any tools, but reach out to me if you have any questions on the types of tools that are being used today by the retail trader. It can really kind of help you. And so here's one of them, right? So here is a top bullish and bearish flow. This can just give you an idea of what's moving in the positive direction, what's moving in the negative direction. BABA looks interesting to me. I've seen a lot of orders coming into different whale option flow alerts, and you can see it's number 2 on the list. I typically will take the top 3 on each one of these and kind of use it as a watch list. Couldn't you do that if you were doing like as a day trade, as an example? So gold, BABA, and IWM looking for bullish trades there. Nevada, SPY, and Affirm for the downside. And you could see like this is the bar is actually as a representation of really like how much flow, how much money is going into these positions. So that's why I say the top 3, kind of safe here, or even maybe the top 2, because if you took the top 2 on the bull side, top 2 for the bear side, right? You got 4 tickers. That's enough, guys. You don't need a whole lot of tickers to make some money in the marketplace. So here we got gold and BABA and NVIDIA and SPY. Let's take a look at that really quick. So we got gold. Ooh, looking good. By the way, on a 15-minute, we just popped up above a trend line here. You could see that our last pivot high on a 15, boy, we just banged right through, didn't we? And then look at the top here of our pre-market low. Excuse me, pre-market low, mid, and high. You can see that we broke out. As soon as we break out of that pre-market level, we are trending. You could see it's coming back into a range though. So be careful here. If it comes back into a range, where could it go? Well, its last resist, first of all, it's the 20. Next is the pivot high here. Last pivot high is that green little level at 315. So this could go down a couple bucks if we have a little change. If it stays above this level, in fact, this is a nice retest here. I actually like this as a long. So take a look at gold, guys, if you need some trade ideas. All right, looks like it's that time. I will see you next week. Have a great weekend and enjoy the holiday.